Our dear Peter wants to cook a pizza, but he has no ingredients in his home. So he grabs his laptop and wills to visit an online grocery store for buying some groceries. So let's say he opens his favorite browser, of course it is Brave, and then he goes to walmart.com. And as he needs some groceries, he goes to the grocery section and a page appears in front of Peter. So this page that Peter can see all the colors, the fonts, the views, this whole is called the front-end part of the website. But how come Peter can see this? Firstly, let us give a closer attention to the URL. It says walmart.com/cp/groceries and slash some random number. So does this look familiar to you? I hope so, because if we look at our file system of our operating system, that may be Windows, Mac or Linux, like if I visit new volume E, then I visit to games, then GTA 5, then if I click here, it gives a link or a path, and this path take me to this page. How can I be so much sure? If I copy that and if I create a new tab and paste it here and press enter, it will take me to the same page. So exactly in the same system, the URL of the websites also work. When someone writes this URL, it will take him to the same page. But the things that he can see, these all are the part of the front end. But there is a catch, that is, there are some products here. Each product has some name, some price given, some descriptions, how many people bought it, and some ratings. So where this data are stored and how can the web page access the data? Obviously, the data changes frequently and they are not written statically with the HTML and CSS. They are somehow stored in some kind of database. So let's see how, if I write this URL, I can get access of this page, or any user can get access of this page, and how this page gets the data of these products. So firstly, we have to know the concept of server and database. So database, you can think of it as a PC. It's a computer and that has a huge storage. Okay, and anyone can access that computer with some kinds of URL. That means the owner of the database will provide us some URL, and by that URL, we will be able to contact with the database. And what is a server? The meaning of server is associated with the name itself, that is, which serves. Now, what does a server serve? We'll see that, but firstly, another thing that we have to know, that is, every server has an unique ID. In the language of programming, that is called the domain of the server. So in this case, the server has the domain of walmart.com. Like we know google.com. So this is a domain. Domain means that is a unique ID and it is associated with some kinds of IP address. But as we cannot remember so many IP addresses of so many websites, so for that reason, a domain name is associated with these IP addresses. And this system is called DNS. So every server is assigned an IP address, and as the users cannot remember so many IP addresses, a domain name is assigned with some IP address. So let's say this server has the domain walmart.com. What does this domain refer to? That means if any people from anywhere of the world visits walmart.com, they can access the server of Walmart. And what happened in case of Peter? He visited some URL walmart.com slash something, that was groceries maybe. So when he wrote this domain to his laptop, then through his laptop and through his internet system router, this goes to the internet and finds where Walmart.com is located. So it finds the Walmart.com server and it requests the server that I need the groceries page. In this case, this page of the website. So the server accepts the request and it sends the front end part, that means HTML, CSS and JavaScript of the website to the client who requested the website or requested that particular page. Okay, so that's how what server did here, it served the page. So it served the front end part. But there is a problem. When the server give us the front end part, in that page there were some products. Here you saw there are some products that are shown in the page. And here we can see the server is sending HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So this page, the framework of the page that is made using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. But the data of the products, that means let's say there is sugar, corn and oil. These products has some price, some rating. So each product have some price, some rating and some other informations. And this data, these are not immediately shown. Like we all have faced that when we visit some website, then it loads for some time. There is a spinner that spins for some time. That means only we can see some empty boxes but no data inside that, because at that time the data are not still fetched from the database where the data are stored. So where the data are stored, we all see the data is stored in some kind of database. Let's say for this case, in this database the data of the products, okay, for the data of this products is stored in that database. But there is a problem, that is we cannot access the database from the front end side. So we cannot access the data from the front end side. But from the front end, what we can access, that we can access the backend or the server, and the server can access the database. Yes, in some cases we can access the data from the front end side, that is for server side rendered pages. I am not going to those discussions now because those are some complex things. Let us assume that we cannot access the database from the front end side. So what the web page will do, that it will request the backend to get the data, and the backend will get the data from the database. So the data from the database, the data is sent to backend, and from backend the data are sent to front end, and then those data are shown in those cards in the front end side. So this is how the whole system works. So what is in the backend and how we contact with backend from the front end side? So as we told that the front end is made using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And why JavaScript is used? It is used for writing the logical parts or the logics in the website. So inside JavaScript, there is a logic written, that is when we visit this URL. Okay, so when we visited this URL, we were served with this web page, isn't it? So in this web page, in the JavaScript section, a logic is written, that is when we are in this page, then we will put a request. Fetch is similar to get. Okay, so we'll put a request here to the backend. Okay, what will be the request for getting those data that I want to show in the current web page. to request the backend, we must put a URL here by which we will contact with the backend. Okay, so what will be the URL of the backend? Here we can see the front end and backend, they both are in the same server, the domain of which is walmart.com. Okay, but not always this will be the case, because sometimes the front end will be in one server, the backend will be in another server. In that case, the URL will be different. But in this case, as the domain or the URL is same, so how will I differentiate between the URL of front end and backend? When the front end part of the website that will put a request to backend from some data for some data, then within the URL, the first part, that means the domain will be same, walmart.com. But in case of frontend, when we got the HTML, CSS and JavaScript from the server, then we only wrote /groceries. But now, as we want to request to backend, so now there will be an extra part, that is /API /groceries. Is it necessary to write API only? Actually, no, you can write anything here, but that will be different from this URL. Okay, so actually to differentiate between the URL of the front end and the URL of the back end, we are writing API. It is a convention that is used actually for writing URLs of the back end. This URL, this is actually path to the back end, and this was path to the front end. So when I wrote this, the server gave me front end part. When I am writing this, this is going to back end part, and this will send me something from the back end. So what will it send? So in the back end, there is some logic written. Okay, in this case, we are using Node.js. There are some other technologies also by that we can write backend code, like Django, Fast API, PHP, and many other things. But in this case, we are using Node.js. Okay, all the techniques are same in each of the programming languages. Actually, the languages doesn't matter. You need to understand the concept and the structure, how to write code. Okay, and the logic, how to actually build the logic and how things actually works out. So what is written in backend? That is, when someone requests to API / groceries, when someone requests to API / groceries, in that case, a function will be invoked. And what is written inside that function? Inside that function, actually, three things are done. That is, contact to DB. That means firstly we contact with the database, then we get data from the database, and then we send the data to front end. So only these three things are done. In case of groceries, we will contact the database to send the groceries data. But if the path was /API / let's say medicine, in that case, we would ask the database to send the data of the medicine, and will send the medicine. Like if I requested a page of medicine, okay, in Walmart, then it would send me a front end containing HTML, CSS and JavaScript of medicines, but the data will not be still shown in the page. So in the JavaScript section of that page, there will be a fetch request to /API / medicines, and it will go to the backend and see to which part of the backend the request is being done. So it will see that it is not groceries, it is to /medicine. So it will go inside the function of the medicine, and it will see that here from DB the medicine are fetched, and it will be sent to the front end. in this course we will learn this part, only this part, that is how to write a function, how to contact with the database, how to get the data from the database, and how to send it to front end. Okay, so this part that is known as the backend development. And another thing that is, we all have heard about API. Like if you are connected to any developer community, then you have obviously heard of API. So what is API? This part, this is the API. Okay, that means the URL that contacts with backend. What I told, that this URL will contact with the backend, and this URL contacted with the front end side. So the front end part and back end part both were deployed in a server. What is a server? Server is actually a running PC that is always running until it crashes for a heavy load, or some bugs are found in the code of the backend or inside of the front end. Okay, so let's wrap the things up and let's see actually what was happening here. So there is a developer who developed the website. Generally, not a single developer develops a full website. There are a lot of developers works. Someone works on the front end side, someone works on the back end side. And after the development, they put the website on a server. Server is a PC, the PC that is always running. Okay. And some people like Peter wants to visit the website. So he writes the links on the browser of his laptop, then through the internet, it finds the server where the walmart.com domain is situated, and it requests the server that I want the groceries page of walmart.com website. And another thing that happens here, it actually firstly checks the URL, that if there is any part that contains /API, then it forwards the URL to the backend side. And if there is nothing that contains /API, then it directly goes to the front end, and then server sends the response back. That means the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript of this page, okay, /groceries. That was the page. Okay, it sends this page back to the client who is asking for it. But there was the problem I told about before, that is, when the server sends back the website, then only we can see some empty boxes, not the data, because the data are in some kind of database, and to get the data we have to firstly request the backend, because from the client side we cannot directly access the database. So what we do, we request the backend using a URL, and that URL includes /API/groceries. Okay, so this URL, this is written in the JavaScript section of this web page. When we code the web page in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, or maybe in React, Svelte, or any other framework, then in this page we write a fetch request, and we give this URL. So by this URL, we actually are requesting the backend that we need the data about the groceries. Then in the backend, there are some logic written here. It contacts with the database and it asks for the groceries data. The database sends the data back to the backend, and finally, backend sends all the data to the front end. And then these boxes which are empty or a loading was shown, now the boxes are filled with data, and we can actually finally view the full web page or full loaded web page with data. And in backend development, what we will do is we will build these APIs. Okay, that means we will write the logic that when a user visits this page, then in that page there will be a request written using JavaScript, or if anybody are using any other languages, then the request will be written in that language. But there will be, obviously there will be a URL, and that URL will request to the backend. Then in backend, when this URL is invoked by opening this page, then the URL goes to backend, and in backend there is a code written. The code seems like this, that is a API route. This is called route, and a function corresponding with it. Okay. So What this refers? This refers that when somebody hits this URL path, that means when the URL contains this path, then this function will be invoked. And what this function does, this context to DB, then it gets the data from DB. Then if any modification needed, any modification is done with the data. And finally, it sends the response back to frontend. So only this is our job. Okay, this is the job of a backend developer, to write an API route by which if any front-end developer wants to access data, then he will invoke that API route or call that API route and he can get data. So this part is done by backend developer, and this part that is written by the front-end developer. So that is written in the front end and that is in the backend side. So this was all about the concept. Now let us see what we did with a practical example. Here I have created a simple server using Node and Express. So you don't need to bother about what these are. I will explain those to you later on. Here are some mock data about some groceries. Each of the groceries has an ID, a name, and price. And there are some mock data about some medicines. Each of the medicines has an ID, a name, and a price. Now there are two API routes. That means when from the front end, any data about groceries will be requested that I told you before. That is, here you can see this part, this was written in the front end part, and from the front end, this page was asking for groceries data. Here you can see I have written a demo index.html file, and there is a button. When I click on the button, it will invoke the fetch data function, and what the fetch data function do, that is, it fetches the data from the groceries. Also, it fetches the data from the medicine. So let us comment this out. Now what will happen, that is, when I click on fetch data, then this function is invoked, and inside the function there is a fetch request to the backend. And why I have written this URL, http localhost 3000/groceries, because when I will run the server, let's run the server using Node, the name of the file, that is server.js. So server.js. Now you can see a link is given. The server is running on this link, http:/localhost/3000. So now this is the domain of this server. In our case, in case of Peter, the domain was walmart.com. So we wrote walmart.com/groceries. Now, in our case, that is not walmart.com, that is our local PC, this local PC. So the domain of the local PC is localhost, and we fixed a port here. I have fixed a port that is 3000. You can assume or you can fix any other port other than 3000 if you want, like 5000, 8000. Okay, there are some free ports that you can actually dedicate it to your server. So as the server is running on localhost 3000, so we have to give this link, http localhost 3000 and /groceries. So what will this do? This will directly request to this server, and it will come to this server, and the code is running. Now when the code has reached to this line, then it will see that the API that the frontend requested with this URL contains /groceries. So this part of the code will be executed. What will this do? This will invoke this function. As I have shown you before, the API route had two parts. One is the route itself and another is a function. When the requested URL from the front end contains this route, then this function will be executed. Similarly, if I didn't commented this out, if this URL was also requested from the front end, Then after reaching the next line, here we can see that this route is named /medicine, and this URL request contains /medicine within it. So this route will be invoked, or this function will be invoked for this fetch request. So for this fetch request, this route will be invoked, and for this route will be invoked. And what does the function inside the route do? It is simply sending the response back, and it is actually converting the groceries. Here are the groceries. uh, I have statically written them here, but in actual case this will be in the database. We'll see that in the later part, how to actually contact with database and get the data from the database. And then what it is doing, it is sending the response back by converting it to JSON to the front end. And here the grocery response, it actually contains this response in JSON format. Okay, then we are parsing the JSON here, and then we are simply showing it in a list. Now if I run this with live server, this is the demo HTML frontend. If I click on fetch data, we can see the data shown here. So this data, these are not defined in my HTML statically. These are in the backend, and in real life this will be stored on some database. And from the front end, we will request for the data, then it will go to the backend and it will see which API route has been requested, then that route with which this URL matches, the last part of the URL matches, the function inside that route will be invoked, and inside that function there are some modification with the data, and finally the data will be sent to the front end. And inside front end here, we will declare some variable. By that we will catch the data, then we will show this using HTML, or if you are using React, you can show that in any components. So that is all about the backend development. That is the primary concept. Now we'll move to real environment setup and what we need to install for starting with backend development. What are the things we need to learn? How much will we learn in this course? What are the databases we are going to learn? And what are the other technologies that we are going to learn in this course? We will see them now. The only thing you need to install to get started with is Node.js. Search on your PC terminal and check if Node.js is installed or not on your PC. So for Windows, search node version, and if it gives some gibberish things like this, then Node is not installed in your PC. And if it shows some version, then Node is installed on your PC. You don't need to install it again. So how to install Node.js? Firstly, go to your favorite browser, then search for Node.js. Click on the first website. Click on Windows installer.msi. It will start downloading. I have already downloaded, so I'll skip this. Now open the file. Click on next. Accept the agreement. Next, next, next. You can click here to automatically install the necessary tools. I will not check this, and install. Click on finish. Now again search terminal. If you are using Windows 10, then you can use command prompt or Windows PowerShell from here. You can use command prompt, or you can also use PowerShell. And if you are using Windows 11, then you can use this terminal. Now write node version. Now you can see the 22.13 version of Node.js is installed on your PC. Now you're ready to go with. And for writing the code, obviously you need to have a code editor installed on your PC. I hope every one of you who are starting to learn backend development obviously you have learned something of JavaScript or any other languages, and for that obviously you have installed any code editors like VS Code or Sublime Text, any of your choice. And if not, then just go to the browser, search for VS Code, and go to the first website, and here click download for Windows, or if you want to install it for Mac or Linux, then you can search it on web how to install that. So we have installed Node.js, but what actually is this Node.js? We know for making a website we need HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now we can say we can also make it by React or Vue. But ultimately, what these frameworks use or libraries use, that is, they use a bundler. Like for React, it uses Vite as a bundler. And what Vite does is, it combines the React code and converts it to pure HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Because our browser, this actually understand nothing without HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And JavaScript, if you look at the language name, JavaScript, it is a scripting language. And this language, this was created to run on browsers. So JavaScript run on browsers. If we want that we will write our backend code using JavaScript, then we will need a runtime environment for JavaScript. So for that we need Node.js. So for that reason we installed Node.js on our computer. So JavaScript runs on browser, but developers thought that what if we create the backend server, or what if we code the server using JavaScript? So for that reason we need to install Node.js on our PC. Then we can actually write JavaScript code on our PC and we can run JavaScript on our computer. And Node.js allows us to run JavaScript instead of the browser. Why we are using Node.js? Because Node.js, it uses JavaScript, and by JavaScript we can both code the front end and also the backend of any website. And it is very much fast due to the V8 engine, and also it can handle multiple requests simultaneously. It can handle multiple requests. And another thing that we are going to use, that is Express.js. So what is Express.js? It is a backend framework. So it is a framework for Node.js. And it helps in handling routes, then requests, and also middlewares. What are this? No need to be worried about this, because I will explain about this later on. And why we are not using raw node, why we are using a framework? Because Express allows us to simplify the backend development, and it has the middleware support and the routing system management. If we are using raw node, then we had to write a lot of boilerplate code, and Express is letting us to actually keep the codes cleaner, and also we can start with less boilerplate. So let us get started with a sample Node.js and Express server. Create a new folder, name this whatever you want. Now open this folder using VS Code. You can right click here and open in terminal. Then using terminal also you can open it with VS Code, and also you can click here and write cmd, and here you can see we are in the backend course directory. but I want to move inside Express demo and I want to open this with VS Code. So what I have to do is I have to change the directory. So change directory cd express demo. Now you can see we are inside Express demo. Now simply write code dot. There is a space. Now we can open it with VS Code. Press Command J for opening a terminal. Also you can open terminal from here, new terminal. Now we will initialize a Node.js project. So for that reason we have to write npm init space -y. So npm is Node package manager. By this we can install any packages of Node.js on Node, and init is initialization and -y means yes for everything. And what is actually npm? Like if you have used Python, it is similar to pip. Now press enter. Okay, you can see a package.json file has been created. What is the purpose of this file? I will explain it to you later. Now we will install Express for our project. Npm install Express. You can see another file named package.log.json and a node modules folder has been created. This node modules, it contains all the necessary dependencies and other things that are required for our project. And package.json, it has a dependency object. So it refers to the dependencies or the modules that I have installed for this project. So just as I have installed Express, it is there. But if you rewind a little bit, you will see that there was nothing in dependencies. Now create an entry point for our project, name it as index.js. In this file, we will write all codes. So to get started with, firstly we have to import Express. So import Express from Express. Then we have to instantiate Express. That is, we will create an instant of the Express application. So let's name it app equal to Express. This app is now our server and we will use it to define routes and listen to requests and also respond to them. So this is the most vital part. Now we will define a port. So const port equal to 5000. Someone also assigns port 8000 or 3000 to this, but conventionally for front end 3000 ports are assigned, so I like to assign it 5000. Now let us create a route. App.get, this is a get request and it will listen to home route, and the function receives a request and a response as its parameters, and it sends a response back. Respond.send hello world. Why I am writing get here? Actually, in backend development, there are 4 kinds of requests. That is get, post, put or patch, and delete. So these 4 kinds of requests are there. So this is database. If we want to get anything from database, we use get. If we want to save anything to the database, we use post. And if we want to modify something, modify or update anything to the database, then we use put or patch. And if we want to remove something from the database, that is delete. In this case, we are using get, though it is not connected with any database. But what get will do here, that is when someone requests something to this route, it will send him something. That means the person who is requesting, he will get something. For this I have written get here. Then the final thing that we have to do, that is we have to listen to a port. We have defined a port, now we have to listen to that port. So app.listen, we have to pass the port as the parameter and a function, that is a callback function, and we can console log here server running a port. So this is our basic setup for an Express server. And what is a port actually? Port is, for every device or computers, there is a specific channel by which the communication is done with some server or some other resources. Now we'll start the server. So write node index.js, and here we have got an error. So what does the error say? It says, warning, to load an ES module, set type module in the package.json. So here we have used ES module. So for that reason, we have to go to the package.json, and here we have to just put one thing, that is this. So you can see every error you get, you just need to read it and you will get the answer here. Write it here, put a comma, you are done. Now again, let's try node index.js. The server is started. Now go to any browser and write localhost /5000, and you can see hello world. So congratulations on writing your first backend code. So how we are able to see hello world here? Because in the code here we have sent hello world as a string, and from here not only string, we can send any kind of data, any kind of JSON data, or we can also send static HTMLs and etc. So if we change like hello JavaScript, and if we save it, and if we go to the server, and if we refresh the page, we can see that the changes are still not seen. We can see it's still not changed. But why? Because we have to again start the server for the recent changes. So stop the server using Ctrl+C, then again press node index.js. Now if we go and if we refresh, we can see hello JavaScript. Now you may feel that it is a hassle to again closing the server and again starting the server for slight changes. So for that reason, we will install a package named NodeMon. So stop the server, install NodeMon using npm install NodeMon. Now start the server using NodeMon index.js. Now if you change something here like hello node and press Ctrl S and just refresh here, you can see the change is made, and you can see it is automatically restarted. NodeMon restarting due to changes, and NodeMon starting node index.js. So it is again starting the server. So we don't need to manually start and stop the server again and again. Okay. So if till now nothing has made sense to you, don't worry. I'm explaining this more clearly again. So let us create a demo frontend. And if you don't know HTML, CSS and JavaScript, no need to be worried about. You don't need to understand those. I will just show you how we fetch data or how we put request in the front-end side and how we send the data from the backend to the front-end. Let's create a new folder, name it demo frontend. Now open this folder in VS Code. Now create an index.html file and you can press the exclamation and press enter. You will get the boilerplate for starting with your HTML. Now inside the body, create a header tag, name it connect frontend and backend. Then create a paragraph tag, put it empty, because in this paragraph we will not statically define anything, like we will not write something here. Okay, in this paragraph we will send some dynamic data from the backend side. Let's say hello world. We will send this from the backend to the frontend and create another tag. Let's name it products list, and for showing the products we'll create an unordered list and give this also an ID. So let's say this ID is message, this ID is product list. Now if I open it with live server, we can see we can only here see the header tag but nothing inside them. So now let us modify our backend accordingly. As I told you before, for writing the API routes, for writing this route, conventionally we use /API /the route name. But in our case we didn't follow it, so let us rename it to /API/ let's say message. Now if I start the server, node-mon, we can see the server is started on localhost 5000. Copy this, or you can write here localhost 5000. Now you can see on the this is the home, this was the home route. Okay, this was this home route. So in this home route there is nothing. There is nothing in our code in home route /home. Previously in the home route there was hello world, but now in the home route there is nothing. So for that reason we are getting an error here, that is cannot get. But if I write /API/ message and press enter, now you can see hello world. Now you can see the message. So the route you define here, you have to must go to that route to see the data of that route, or whatever the route is sending, whatever the function inside that route returning you. Similarly, if I create another route, app.get now /API/ let's say products, and there will be a callback function as a parameter, request response. Now let us send a response dot send, let's say products. But where are the products? We haven't defined it yet. In real life case, this will be the products will be fetched from database. Okay, so this will be collected from database, but as for now we still haven't connected database yet. So let us create some dummy data here. Const products equal to, let's say ID 1, then give a price 40, ID 2, name, so we have defined our demo products. Now we are just sending them to where? to the person who has requested us with this URL. This may be requested from the front end, or also we can, as we saw before, we can request the URL from our browser and also we can see them. Like for this, if I write here /API, what was the route name? The route name was /API/products. So cut message and write products. Now you can see the products here, and you may not see this so much beautifully indented because I have installed a extension. The name was something like JSON Viewer. Here, this is the extension JSON Viewer. If you install this, then you will be able to see the data in a well indented format. So our backend is working. Now we have to fetch, or we have to put a request to the backend for getting the data, and we'll show this two data in this list. Okay, so for that reason, for putting a request, we need JavaScript. Let us create a script file, script.js. So let us firstly find this element, find this paragraph tag by ID. So name this const message element equal to document dot get element by ID, give the ID message. This ID is this ID. We have created this element, and if you don't have any interest about this part, this front end part, how we can fetch data, then you can skip this part. This is I am only showing you to visualize how front end and back end are connected together, how we put request to the backend from the front end side, and how the backend send the data to the front end, and how a front end developer he shows the data in his website or in his front end. Now we'll create the request. So what is the method of writing it? We write fetch, then inside fetch we have to give a URL that I have shown you just before, like this URL. So what was the URL for our backend? That is localhost colon 5000, but you have to must put HTTP in the front. So if you paste here, by copying from the browser, you will see that HTTP is automatically put in front of this. So this is not products. Firstly, we will fetch the message data. So /API/message dot, then we will receive a response. We'll get the response, then convert the response into a JavaScript object, JSON. JSON means JavaScript object notation. Dot, then after converting it, then we'll get the data. Now what we want to do with the data? We want to set the inner text of this message element. This was the message element, this paragraph tag, this paragraph element. So we want to set the text of this, the inner text, to the data that we are getting from the backend. So what we will write here? Message element dot inner text equal to data. Now save this file, go to the HTML that we started with live server, refresh this. Now save this file and go to your browser where you are running the HTML file and refresh this. Oops, I think we did some mistake. We didn't added the script tag here. So we haven't connected this script file with this HTML. How to connect that? Just put a script tag, script, then give a source, name this as this name, script.js, and whatever you name this, you have to put that name here, script.js. Now go to the browser, refresh. Okay, we still cannot see. If we go to inspect, then console, then you will see an error here, that is access to fetch at localhost 5000 /API/message That means we are attempting to fetch some data from this URL from origin this. This is the URL of the front end, and here you can see the port is 5500. So that means our server is running in this URL. This URL, our server is running, but our front end is running in another URL. So for that reason, we are getting an error, that is access control allow origin, or CORS error. CORS means cross origin resources policy. That means from one URL we cannot request or get data from another URL. That means the front end, if that is on another URL, and the backend that is on other URL, then we cannot make a direct communication between the front end and backend. Then how the things work actually? So for that reason, we have to install a package that is named CORS. So close the server, pressing Ctrl+C. Now let us install CORS. npm install. After installing it, let us start the server again. And here, before everything, we have to use the CORS. So how to use CORS? App.use. Then we will use CORS, but before that we have to import CORS. Import CORS from CORS. Now we can use CORS. Generally we have to put some configuration inside this CORS, but for now I don't want to make it so much complex. We have to just use it like that and save it. Now go to your front end, refresh the page, and we are getting another error, that is unexpected token age hello world is not a valid JSON, because here we are sending hello world directly as a string, but normally we should not send this directly like this. We should convert it as a JSON, or we should send this as JSON. How to send as a JSON file? Just simply without response.send, write response.json. And this is not actually an object. Create it like an object, cut it, then put an object here, then give a name, let's say message, then paste it here. Now this is a valid JSON. Now we are sending this JSON object to the front end, and then we are parsing the JSON here, and then we are getting the data. But this data contains this whole object. But here what this data contains? This data equal to an object, and inside the object there is a name message which contains the hello world string. So we cannot directly set message element dot inner text equal to data, because we cannot assign an object element as a text. So we have to extract the message inside this. So data dot message. Now save this. I hope now this works. Yes, we can see this works now. In the same manner, we can also get the products from the backend and we can show it here. So let us see how to do that. As we are using the JSON format, so for sending the products, we will also convert it to JSON and send it. Save this file, then come here. Now we will fetch the products. Now firstly create the element for this product list. Copy this ID, then create the element const product element equal to document dot get element by id, paste that id that you copied. Now we have got the product element, that unordered list. Okay, so inside this unordered list we will show this products. So firstly we have to fetch again, fetch like this, copy this, paste it here, but here the URL will be different because we are now fetching the products. If we give this URL, then it would bring us this message, but we want products. So for that reason we use this URL. Now put dot then. After resolving the promise, we get the response, convert it to object JSON, then we will get the data. What is the data? This data is this products data. Now this is an array. The array has two products. In real life it will be millions of products. So how will we show this inside this products element? We'll simply run a loop inside this array, then each loop will be shown in a list item or li. So data dot for each, we will get a simple product for each data. That means inside products we are running the loop, we will get a single product for each item. If I write without data, press Ctrl D, then you can write products. Now it makes more sense. So products dot for each product we will get a single product. Then we will create a list item, document dot create element. What we are creating? We are creating a list item. Then list item dot text content. That means what will be the text content of the list item? That will be give back text. Then product dot id, and let's say product dot name. Then we will just have to append this to our product element, this product element. So we will append every list item. After creating the list item, we will append this in our product element. So product element dot append child, this li that we created, this li. So what is happening actually here? Let me wrap this up. We are putting a fetch request. That means we are requesting the backend that we need some data. And what data we need? We need the data about the products. For that reason, after the backend URL localhost 5000, we have written /API/products. So when backend will receive this request, this will try to match that with which route this matches. So with /API/message, this doesn't match, but this matches with /API/products. So it goes inside this /API/products. It has a callback function. So it goes to the function, and what the function do? The function returns the JSON of the products, the mock products that I created. Now after receiving the product dot then meaning, I have received the response. So the response contains a JSON, it is parsing the JSON, then we are getting the products data. And the products is an array. We are running a loop inside the array. So products dot for each we are getting a product element, and we are creating an element, HTML element, a list item, because here the product list is an unordered list. We will show each of these products in a list item inside this UL. Inside this UL, we will show each of these products. Now we are creating the li list item. Then we are setting the text content of the list item to the products that I have got by fetching it from the backend. So that product dot id, that means this id, and product dot name. Then we are just simply appending this to the product element. And what is the product element? This is this UL, because this has id product list, and we grabbed the element by the id. So we are appending this to the product element, or we are appending this li to the product element. Now if I go to the browser, we can see the products list. So that's how we connect the front end and the back end. But this was a small front end. We didn't need so much data. So for that reason, the backend code is also too small. But if you understand this, what we are doing here, then you will understand everything in the latter part of the course, because only these concepts are necessary to learn. And in the latter part of the course, we will do some big projects. We'll make some big backends. And if you practice those regularly, I hope you will become a good backend developer. Hello everyone, welcome back to part 2 of our backend development full course. In the last video, we talked about the basics of backend development, how the frontend and backend work together, and we even built a simple Express server. But that was just the beginning. Today, we are going to take things to the next level. Today, we'll connect our Express server to a real database using MongoDB Atlas. Sounds exciting, right? So let's dive in. So there are mainly two types of databases. One is relational and another is non-relational. In our course, we'll learn about MongoDB, and it's a non-relational database. So how will we use the database? So basically the database is hosted in a remote server or cloud that is known as the Mongo Atlas. We'll simply create an account in Mongo Atlas and we will be provided with a connection string. We'll just put that in our backend code and our database, and the backend server will be connected. And one thing you will notice that in this course, we'll not use any high configuration server like this. You will notice that we are writing the server or the backend code in our own machine. So that means our laptop or our PC that is working as a server or a local server. So after the development is finished, then the server is then deployed or uploaded in any remote server. We buy some domains. Then the server become available or accessible through the internet. And another thing, there is no real frontend in this course, but in the later part of the course, we will make a full stack application where there will be a full backend and a full frontend. We will implement the whole MERN stack. So follow along with me. As till now, there is no real frontend. We will use a tool named Insomnia for testing our backend or server APIs. In the last part of the video, we made API routes like /API/products, and we are testing them by our browser. So we can test them by our browser too, but in some cases, like in our browser, we were only able to see, or we were only able to get the products or get the data. But not only we need to get the data, sometimes we need to post something, sometimes we need to update something, and sometimes we need to delete something. So for that reason, there is a tool named Insomnia. We will use it in our course, but there are many alternatives of Insomnia like Thunder Client, that is a VS Code extension. Thunder Client. Also a very popular tool known as Postman. So you can use any of them. All of them does the same work. So without further ado, let us start with our today's topics. Firstly, create an empty folder. Name these as connect Mongo. Now we want to open this folder with VS Code. So you can open it with terminal or click this folder or move inside this folder, then click here and write cmd. A command prompt will pop up. Then write code space dot to open this with VS Code. Press enter. You can see this is opened with the VS Code. And while following along with this course, to make your experience more smooth, you can install some VS Code extensions. Like I am using this one, ES7 JavaScript Node Mongoose MongoDB MySQL snippets. So if you are using this, then you will get auto-completed snippets for Mongoose and MongoDB. There is another extension also, Node snippets, almost 800k downloads, you can see. So this is also a quite good extension for smoother experience with your backend development journey. And to install an extension, just search here the extension you need to install, like Node snippets. Then it will appear here and an install button will appear. Just click on that, install, and it will be automatically installed and configured for you. So if you are done with all of that, let us start with creating a demo server for our today's project. So firstly, open terminal, go here, click on terminal, then new terminal. and you will see a terminal will appear in the directory of our project. Now let us initialize a Node.js project within this directory. So for that we have to write npm init or initialize -y. -y means yes to all. Then press enter. Now you can see a package.json folder has been created. And this folder contains all the necessary information about our project. Now, as we want to create a server using the Express framework, so for that reason, we have to install Express. You can directly install like npm install Express, or you can go to their website. You have to search npm. We'll go to the website of npm. And this contains all the necessary dependencies that we will use throughout our project, including Express and other packages. So search for Express, search, click on the first one. Here you can see the procedure to install Express is given here. You can simply copy that and go to your terminal and paste it, Ctrl+V, then press enter. And as you can see, a node modules folder has been created. This folder contains all the necessary dependencies that you will install and those that are needed for this project. And another file that has been created, that is packagelog.json. It contains all the necessary information about our project environment. You don't need to bother about all of those because I will not try to fill your brain with so many unknown terms by explaining every detail, because you can figure out those yourselves later. Now I only want you to understand how the things work and understand the concepts, because that's what that matters. And if you go to the package.json file, you will see a dependency object. And this dependencies object, this contains all the necessary dependencies that we will install further or that we have installed in our current project. So as just now we installed Express, so for that reason we can see Express here, and the version that has been installed 4.1.2. If we go back to the website, it also shows the latest version 4.21.2. So the information about the version and the dependency name, that will be within this object. Now after we have finished installing Express, let us create our boilerplate. So you can see here a demo code or a boilerplate snippet has been provided to get started with creating the server. You can simply copy this and go to your VS Code and create a file. So what file will you create? You can see here the main entry point that is selected as index.js. So that is the main entry point of our server. So first time when someone wants to access the server, he will firstly hit the index.js file. And the index.js file will later take decision to where send the user or the person who requested to the server. So as a convention, we create the file as index.js, but we can also create the file by giving some other names also. It's everyone's personal preference. So we are creating index. Oh, sorry. So index.js, click the file and copy the code that you just copied from the npm package website. Here, this code. One thing you will notice that in the previous part, we imported Express like this. Import Express from Express. So what is the difference between these two? The first one, this is known as ES6 type import, and the second one, that is known as the module import. The first one, that is more preferred or being used in the modern applications, but you can use any of them. So as of now, let us comment out this line. And to start the server, we have to simply write node and then the file name or the entry point of our project. So node index and the server has been started, but we cannot see anything because we haven't provided any callback function or anything that can assure us that the server has been started. So in the listen method, app.listen, you can also provide a callback function, give the comma after the port. We are listening on port 3000, so give a callback function, and you can log a simple message like server running on port 3000. Or you can do this dynamically, right? Like you can define the port here, const port equal to 3000, then pass the port here, port, and you can convert this into template string and write the port dynamically here. Now press Ctrl C to close the server, and then again node index.js. Now you can see server is running on port 3000. Now you can also check this, like go to your browser and write localhost 3000, and you can see hello world. Why in localhost 3000? Because we have written in the home route we'll see hello world. You can create another route here like app.get slash test, and you can write here node. Now if you go to your browser again and click slash test and press enter, oops, it didn't work. Why? Because we have made some changes in our code, or we have modified something. So for that reason we have to close the server again, press Ctrl C, and again run the server node index.js. Now go to your server and write slash test localhost 3000 slash test and refresh. Now you can see hello node. Now do you remember what we did to actually minimize this hassle, like restarting the server again and again? Yes, you are correct. We installed NodeMon for this reason. Now press Ctrl C again. Now we will install NodeMon. If you don't remember how to install NodeMon, you can go to the npm website and you can search here NodeMon. Click on NodeMon. So you can install NodeMon globally, and also you can install NodeMon as a development dependency. So what is a development dependency? A development dependency is this will be only installed to your development environment, and this will not go to the production, or when you deploy your server to some cloud or you will host it somewhere else, then this NodeMon will not go there, because in a deployed environment you don't modify your code so frequently. You only need this for your development environment. So copy this, go to your terminal, paste this and press enter, and this is installed successfully. Now if you click on package.json, you can see the NodeMon has been installed as dev dependencies. So this is only installed in our development environment, and Express was installed as a main dependency. So now let us modify our code a little bit more. Create another route, test, like let's create a bigger route, /API /message, and right here hello NodeMon. Oh, we didn't start our server, so let us start now. As we have installed NodeMon, so we will not start our server using node index.js, rather we'll start using NodeMon index.js. Press enter. Now if we change anything like hello NodeMon, how are you? Now if you press Ctrl S to save this file, Ctrl S, you can see the server is started automatically. So now every time you save changes, the server will start automatically. Now you can go to the browser and search /localhost 3000 /API /message. What was the name? I forgot. /API /message. Now press enter. You can see hello nodemon, how are you? So that's how the API routes work, and that's how we use nodemon to actually remove the hassle of manually starting the server again and again. Now, as I have told that nodemon only works on the development environment. That means when you deploy the server will start using node index.js or whatever the entry point of the file you have named. So for that reason, we do one thing, that is we write our custom script. Here you can see there are some scripts written here. You can remove this. So we'll write two scripts, like for starting our server, we say node index.js. So in the production environment, we can start our server using this start. And for development, we will write dev here, and the script will be node mon index.js. So in the production environment, we'll start the server using node, and in the development environment, we'll start using node mon. And it is a convention actually to write dev here. You can write whatever you want. Like if you write meow dev, then you can also start your server using this command, like npm run meow dev. You can see the server is started. So for running any script, we use npm run before the script. Like if you want to start it in the production environment, then npm run start, as the name suggests, start here. Now press enter. Now you can see that the previous one was started using nodemon, but now this time it's only started using node. That's how we start the server in production and development environment. So as for now, we keep it as dev and save the file, and let us start the server using dev npm run dev. So the server is started. Now let us go to the index.js file. Now we'll connect to our database. So for that reason, as we want to use MongoDB as our database, so go to the website of MongoDB Atlas, search MongoDB Atlas, click on the first link, click on try free. Now you will be asked to sign up. You can sign up with your credentials, or I will simply go with Google. Select your account, continue. Accept their agreement, click on submit. A warm welcome message from MongoDB. Okay, now you'll be asked some questions. Select those accordingly, like what is your primary goal. You can select learn MongoDB. How long have you been developing software with MongoDB? Click here according to your experience. What programming languages are you primarily building on MongoDB with? As we are using Node.js, so click on JavaScript or Node.js. What types of data will your project use? You can select not sure or none. Will your application include any of the following architectural models? You can also select not sure or none for this. Just click on finish. Now you will have to edit the configuration. We will be using the free tier for this. You can select the name of the cluster. I will keep it as it is. Then obviously as provider we will use AWS. Then select the closest region here from your location. I will keep as it is. Then there are some optional tags. I will leave them empty. Now click on create deployment. Now you will be provided with a username and a password. I will suggest you to save those for later uses. You can copy the password and Let me go to the project file, create a demo file like create.txt, and go and copy the username and password. And paste it here. Then click on create database user. Now you have to click on choose a connection method. So before connecting, we need to configure our network also. So close this, go to network access. You will see here your IP address. That means the database can be accessed only from your IP address and it cannot be accessed from any other IP addresses. But you know, for bigger projects, many people work on a same project and they don't always work in the same place. Like sometimes they work from home or sometimes they go to the coffee shop or work there. So for that reason, we'll add a global IP. That means we'll allow the access from anywhere of the world. So just click on allow access from anywhere and you can see this IP is automatically selected. Now your database can be accessed from anywhere, no matter where you are working from. Now click on confirm. So this has been included in your network access. That means from anywhere you can access your database. The status is pending. Within a minute or two it will be active. So that was all about the configuration. Now click on clusters and click on connect. Now we'll be connecting through the MongoDB's native drivers. So click on drivers and you will be provided with a connection string. Through this string we'll be able to connect with the database. You can connect this through MongoDB itself, but we'll be using a package or an ODM, a popular ODM that is known as Mongoose. So search Mongoose on the npm packages, click on the first one, copy the installation script, go to your terminal, stop the server for now, paste it, so we have installed Mongoose. Now we will remove this two from here. And as I told you before that we will be using the ES6 import syntax. So for that reason, uncomment this line and you can remove this from here. Now let us start the server, npm run dev. So you will see an error here, that is to load an ES module, set type module in the package.json. We saw this in the previous part of the video also, that we have to set the type module for importing like this, import something from something. So just follow what they are telling us to do. So we have to just set type is module in the package.json. You can simply copy this, go to package.json and paste it here and give a comma, save it, and you can see after saving it the server is started automatically and now there is no errors. So close this. Now to connect with our database we have to import Mongoose firstly. So as we are using the ES6 import syntax, so we will copy this one, then paste it above. Now I can go to the site and you can see they have given the system to connect to a database. That is, you have to simply write mongoose.connect, then you have to put the connection string there and then .then to handle the resolved state of the promise. Like if MongoDB is connected successfully, then this message will be shown. Let us do it ourselves. So right here, mongoose.connect, then here we'll provide the connection string, .then we'll give a callback function that will simply log the connection status. Let us write MongoDB connected successfully, then .catch will receive an error and let us log that error. Now to format this long line of code, you can press Alt or Shift F. Then it will be nicely indented. So you can use extension like prettier for this. You can use this for formatting the code, or there is a default formatter for VS Code. You can also use that. Just press Alt or Shift and F. Now inside the quotes, we have to provide the connection string. So let us go to the MongoDB Atlas again, and we will copy this string. If you have forgotten from where we came here, you will simply click on clusters and then the connect button. Click on connect, then click on drivers, and then you will be given the string here. So copy this, go to your editor, then paste it here. Now you can see the username with which the user was created. You can also see where you had saved that, and there is another part like db password. So you have to replace this with the password that you copied earlier. So copy it here, then put the password here. So now if you save the file, you will see that MongoDB connected successfully. So you are seeing this message. Now as we have successfully connected to the database, so let us create some data. We will post them on database and we'll do some operations on them, like the CRUD operations. What does CRUD mean? Create, read, update, and get. So in our today's video, we will see all of the 4 operations. So what kind of data we are going to store on the database? So for this part, we'll create a database for an e-commerce store. Let us name the database store DB. So this is the name of our database. Let us assume that this is our database, and in the database there will be some data. So what kinds of data will be there? There will be some products data, some users data, and other kinds of data. Let us firstly create the collection for products. So in MongoDB, all these are called collections, like products collections, user collection. So there is a database, and in database there are collections. So all the types of fields or tables that you are going to store on your database are called collections in MongoDB, like users collection or products collection. So let us create the product collection first. In the product collection, what kinds of data we are going to store? So collection is an array. That array contains a huge chunk of data or objects. Like this is the data of one product, this is another. So like this, there can be thousands and millions of products inside the product array or product collection. And what kinds of data will be inside the object? Like the name of the product, the price, and let's say category. Now you have to mention somewhere that the products of our product collection will contain these 3 properties. These 3 properties, or these 3 things, or it may be a lot of properties for some other collections. The types of data that we're going to store in the product collection, this is known as a model. So this model is created using the Mongoose. And that's why Mongoose is called ODM. And ODM means object, document, mapping. So here Mongoose will be working as a mapper for the objects that will be stored inside the product collection. So now let us see some practical examples, then the concept will be more clear to you. So what will be the name of our database? That is store DB. You can name it whatever you want, and you can put the name here after .mongodb.net / you can put the name of the database, and this database will be created automatically, like store db. If you press save, Ctrl S, this name will be created as the name of your database automatically. So we'll see that in a while. Now firstly, let us create the product model for our database. So for that, we have to firstly create the schema. Const product schema equal to new mongoose dot schema. Now we have to provide the fields that we are going to store inside the product object. So there will be firstly a name. The type of the name will be string. Then the price, that will be of type number. Then category, that will be of type string. So this is known as schema. So what is a schema? A schema defines the structure of documents in a MongoDB collection, and while a model provides an interface to interact with that collection. Now let us create the model. Const product equal to mongoose dot model. Let me zoom a little bit for you. So mongoose dot model product. So this thing inside the string or inside the quotation, this will be the name of the collection, and this name, we will use this to actually interact with the collection in our code. And this product that we are going to provide inside the quotation, this will be the name of our collection. But after some time, you will see that we will go to our collection, and this thing, without being named as product, it will be named as products, because the MongoDB automatically converts the model name to its plural form. And why we are not writing the plural form here? Because it is a convention. We write it like this here. Now the model, it generally accepts two parameters. Firstly, the name of the collection that we have already provided. Then we have to provide the schema. So this product schema that we created, we'll simply provide it here, and our product model is ready. Now if you save here, firstly press Ctrl J or Command J if you are using Mac, and see if the server is running. Then go to MongoDB Atlas, then go to browse collections, and you will see a database is created here named storedb that we provided here inside the connection string. Here storedb, and also the model or the collection name that we provided, product, it is automatically named as products or its plural form here. Now as the database is created and also the collection is also created, we will create some real data, and let us see how to do that. But before that, we have to install some API testing tool that I showed you before, that is Insomnia. You can also use Postman. So why we have to use that? I told you earlier that we, in the browser only, we can get the data from the database or from the server, but when we will try to post the data to the database, or when we will try to update or delete some data, that we cannot do from the website. So for that reason, we have to use some third-party softwares. So for testing our APIs, we will be using Insomnia. So let us install this first, then we will create our API routes. So go to the browser, search for Insomnia API test, then click on download here, then simply click download Insomnia for Windows. After that, you will be asked to create an account and then verify your account using the authentication process. You have to just follow along with it. I think you will be able to install this. And if you get stuck anywhere, you can search it on YouTube. There are a lot of tutorials there. You can see those and install Insomnia. So after you have installed Insomnia, search for Insomnia on your computer. As my session has expired, I have to re-authenticate. So I will click on continue with Google. Then it will take me to the browser. Then you have to provide your credentials and you will be able to enter. Now click on new collection. Name it products collection. Now we will create a simple HTTP request. Here you have to put the URL If you go here, you will see that it was running on port 3000. So for that reason, write HTTP. Don't give AS here as we are not using the HTTPS protocol. // local host 3000. So firstly, we want to save some data to our database. So for that reason, what would be the method? Yes, that will be post method. What does post do? It saves some data to the database. From where? It takes some data from the front end side. Like we know in the front end there are some HTML forms. In those forms we input some data, then those data goes to the server, and the server interacts with the database. Here it connects to the database, then it sends the data that it received from the front end to the database. And through Insomnia we can mimic the clients. That means we can send some data from here. So where we will send the data? We'll send inside body. So select JSON. We'll send the data in JSON format. Create an object here. So what were the parameters or the fields that our product's schema was receiving? A name, a price, and a category. The name was string, the price was number, and the category was also string. So let us create a demo product. Firstly, name. Let's name it iPhone 15. Then price 500. And if you look, I have not given any quotation here because it was a number. It was not any string. Then it was category. Let's say mobile. Now we can click on send, but we haven't yet created the API route which will handle this post request. So for that reason, we have to first create that API route. So let's create the API route here. App dot. In this case, as we are posting something or we are writing some data to the database, so for that reason the method will be post, and give the API route /API/products. So in this route we are doing the post method, then a callback function that receives a request and a response as its parameters. Now we will write the logic by which we can save the data that we are getting from the front end or our API tester, in this case Insomnia, that is acting as a client or front end. Then we will save it to the database. Now I will request your proper attention at this place because this is a very important concept. So you will see request and response. Who does the request? Obviously the front end. And who sends the response? Obviously that is the backend. That means the front end, in this case our API tester Insomnia, we are doing request, and with request we are sending some data that, hey server, I am requesting you that please save this data in our database. And you can see the data is inside body. In the body of the request the data is there. So firstly we have to retrieve the data. Const product equal to request dot body. Now if you log this product object, you will see the data that we are sending from the front end. So firstly correct the API out here, that was /API/product or products/products. So /API/products. Now before clicking on send we have to start the server. So npm run dev. We have started the server, and as we are logging the product we will see that here, because all the logs like server is running on port or MongoDB connected successfully, all the logs we can see in our terminal. So for that reason also we will be able to see this log here. Now let us click on send. Okay, we are getting undefined because as we are sending a JSON data from our client, so we must have to parse that before doing something with the data. So for that reason we have to now use a middleware. So what is a middleware? A middleware is something that runs in the middle of the code. So that is the simple definition. In the later part, we will dive deep into middlewares and we will see different kinds of middlewares are there in Node.js. So for this case, we have to use a middleware to parse the JSON. So simply app.use express.json. So this will run before going to any API methods. Now if I click on send from here, you can see the data that we sent from the Insomnia. We can see it here in our terminal. And the request is stuck in a loop because from here, from the backend, we are not sending anything. So for that reason, Insomnia has become confused that why we are not getting any response. So now, after getting the data, what will we do? So after getting the data, firstly, we have to create a new document using the data that we have received from the request. So let us create a new document, const new product equal to new product. Then we have to pass this product. This to avoid confusion, let me directly put this request.body inside this and remove this line. So what we are doing here, we are creating a document that is of type product. And what is product? Product is this model which represent this schema, this product schema. That means it is ensuring that from the client what we are sending inside the request.body, this must have to be of this type. That means the name must have to be string and price must have to be number and the category is string. So we are creating a document of the type product. Then after we have created this document, we will simply save this in our database. So how to save? Simply new product.save. So it was that easy. And the code is very much readable. You can understand by just reading the code. But this takes some time because the database is in some cloud, in some other continent. So the data have to go there, then it have to be saved in the database or in the cloud. So it takes some time. So for that, we have to give await here. That means we have to wait for this to complete the operation. And if you put await before any line, then it will give an error. It says that await expressions are only allowed within async functions. That means we have to convert this callback function into an asynchronous function. For that reason, simply just put async in front of the function. Now, after we have saved the product, let us send a response back to the client that the product has been saved successfully. So response.send product added successfully. Now let us go to Insomnia, and if we click on send, you can see product added successfully. Now if you go to MongoDB Atlas and click on browse collections, then click on the database that you created, StoreDB, and then click on products, and bingo, you can see the product that you just created. And here you can see an extra field, that is an ID. Where did this ID came from? So in MongoDB, when you save any data or any object inside any collection, then a random ID is generated and it is assigned to that object, because for some operations we have to uniquely identify any object or any product. So for that reason, every object must have to have any unique identification number or any unique ID, and in our case MongoDB handles this by itself. Now let us create some other products. Samsung, price, let's say 400, then send. Product created successfully. And another thing, that is, after adding a product, we may need the informations or the ID of the product to do some other operations in the client side or in the front end side. So for that reason, what it is practiced to do, that is, after you save the product, you send the new product back to the client. And we don't send it as plain text, we send it as JSON. Now click on save and go to Postman. Let's create another product, name it Oppo, price 300, then click on send. So now you can see you have got the response back from the server of the product that is created just now. So we have got all the informations, and with that extra we have got the ID. Now you can use this ID in your client side for doing some other operations. So that was all about the post method. Now let us create a get method for reading the products. So that is pretty much simple. App.get slash API slash products. So the route is same. Okay, previously the route was app slash API slash products. In this case also same. But what is different? That is the method. Previously it was post method, but now it is get method. So in the same route, if you give a get request, then this route will be invoked, and on the same route, if you put a post request, then this route or this function will be invoked. Now let us put a callback function. Obviously it will be asynchronous again because there are some database operations. Request response are received as parameter of the function. Then we have to find the products from the database. So for that reason, const products equal to await product dot find. And what is this product? This is this model. So now you can see why we created the model, because the model was created to interact with the MongoDB collection or to interact with product collection. Like this, if we want to interact with some other collection, like if we create user collection later on, then there will be an user model, and by using that model we'll be able to interact with the user collection of our MongoDB database, or for this case this stored database. And this product or this model has several methods. Like if you click here, product dot, here you can see you can find by ID. That means you can find a unique product, find one, you can find one product based on some conditions, then you can create product, then you can find all the products. And here are some other methods also, like delete many, delete one, you can delete one single product. Then find by ID and delete, find by ID and update. So this model gives you the flexibility to interact with the collection of the database. Now as we have got the products data, we will send it to the front end side. So simply response.json, then products. What is this products? This is this products that we found from our product collection from the database. Now save this, go to Insomnia, then create a new HTTP request, then put the URL here. But this time this is get method. Previously it was post method, this is get method. Click on send. Now you can see all the three products that you added just a few times. And here also you can rename this. Like here you can name this as add product. Then here you can rename this as get products. Now sometimes we need a single product, like you have gone to, let's say, Amazon. Let's search mobile. And then if you click on here, then it will take you a page where you are seeing a single product. That means when the user visits a page that is showing a single product, in that page a single product is fetched from the database. So let us do that here. Let us create a new request for getting a single product. Name this as get a product. So previously it was get products, now it is get a product. Then paste the URL here. Now we will create the API route for getting a single product. So app.get slash API slash products, but in this case there will be an extra section that is slash ID. So this extra thing, it will be provided from the client side, that which product that I want to get from the database. You will understand it in a while. So write the callback function here, async, then request response. Now this ID, this is a variable. You can name it anything, like you can name it product ID also. Then inside here, const product, that means the single product. that is equal to await product. Here I am asking the model to interact with the DB and find by ID. Then we have to provide the ID. So where this ID comes from? So obviously it will come from the request, but inside request, where it is present. In case of JSON data, we are sending from the client side or the front end, or in our case, the Insomnia API tester, we are seeing that that was inside body of request. But in case of any parameters or any ID like this, it will be inside params because it is a URL parameter. Okay, so for that reason, here we have to provide request dot params dot this name product ID. Now you have found the product. Now you can send it to the client. So response dot JSON, then the product you have got. So save this, go to your client. Now give the correct URL /API /products and / you have to provide an ID of the product that you are willing to get. So let us copy an ID here. Firstly refresh this. So you can see all the 3 products that you just created, and copy any ID of your choice here. So I am copying the ID of Samsung here. So copy it. Then after products, after the /, give the ID here. Then simply click on send. You can see you can get Samsung. So like this, you can get a single product from the database using the URL parameter. Okay, now if somebody provided any wrong ID here, like here without 67 we gave 68. Now if you press send, you will get now, but the client would not understand anything by seeing this now. So there must be a meaningful message if there is no product of that ID present in the database. So we can give a check here, that is if no product. That means if no product is found from the database, then we will send response.json. Let's say we will send a message that is no product found. Now save this and go to Insomnia and now click on send. You will see the message that no product found. Now the front-end developer or the client, he will understand that what happened in the backend side. So that's how in the professional server codes the logics are handled. Now we are left with only update and delete. So we completed the C and R of CRUD. So C completed, R completed. Now let us see. Firstly, let us see delete. Then we will see the update. So for delete, the method will be app.delete. Then we have to provide the URL path or the API path /API /products / in this case also you have to provide an ID, or in this case let's say product ID, or you can name it whatever you want here. So why we need ID? Because we don't always delete a bulk amount of products. Most of the time, or 90% of the case, we delete a single product from the database. So for that reason, which product I have to delete, that will be determined by the ID that is being sent from the client side with the request. So give the callback function here, async request response are received as the parameter. Now how to delete? Simply await. Why await? Because it takes some time to complete the operation with the database of the cloud. Await product dot, there is a method that is find by ID and delete. Find by ID, you can get suggestion here. So find by ID and delete, then you have to provide the ID. So where we were getting the ID, that was inside request and params and dot, in this case the name is product ID, so we have to provide it here, product ID. Now simply response.json, you can send a message product deleted successfully. So let us try this. Let's go to Insomnia, then create a new HTTP request, name this sorry, delete product. Then it is a delete method. Provide the URL here. Then provide the ID. So let's say, let us copy the iPhone one in this case. So if you copy this and provide it here, then this will delete the iPhone from the database. So select your method delete, obviously. Now click on send. Now you can see message product deleted successfully. Now if you go to get products and click on send, you will be provided with two products from the server because the product of iPhone is deleted just now. So that's how you delete something from the database. Now one thing that is remaining, that is update. So app dot up, sorry. So for update there are two methods. One is put and another is patch. So you can use any of those. So I am using put. Then you have to give the API route /API/ products / obviously you have to give the product ID here because you have to know which product is to be updated. Then async request response. You can simply use the method of updating like await product dot find. Here you can see find by ID and update. Then inside this you have to provide the ID request dot params dot product ID. And do you understand why I'm writing product ID here? Because I have provided this name here. If you give here like simply ID, then you have to put here simply ID. Okay, so what you give here, you have to put it here also. Now you can send the response back, response.json. You can simply send a message like product updated successfully, but professionally what is maintained, that is you receive the product, that means const updated product. So what this find by ID and update method returns, that returns the updated product, and this is received here in the updated product variable. After updating the product, we will send it to the client, updated product. Now let us go to Insomnia, copy the URL, create a new request, HTTP request. Let's name it update product. Then put it here. Now we have to give the ID of the product that we are willing to update. Okay, so I did one mistake, that is we are updating the product but we are not giving the updated data. That means, let's say if we want to update the name here, then we have to provide the name from the front end side, that we are changing the name to iPhone, let's say 16. So from the front end, if you remember that we send the data through the request.body. Here in the post method you saw that we are sending the data in the request.body and then we are saving it to the database. So like this also, while updating, we will receive some data inside body from the front end side. And what data we will be receiving? We will be receiving the data of the part of the document that is being updated. Like in this case, the name of the mobile, that is iPhone 15, that is being updated. So we have to provide the data here, request.body. So there are two things, that is one is the ID of the product that is being updated and the new data of the product. Okay, and another thing that is optional, that is you can pass an option here, that is new CRUD. So what does this do? So if you provide new true here, then this method will return the updated product here. But if you don't provide this, then it would return the old one. Okay, so remember this. Now go to Insomnia and we have to select the method, in our case put, go to the database, firstly refresh it because we deleted something earlier. Now let us copy the ID of this Samsung one, then provide the ID here in the URL. Then inside the body, we have to give the data. So let's say we want to update the price. So the price was previously 400. Now let's update it to, let's say, 600. So price is 600. Now if you send, we are getting the old one. Maybe I did some mistake. Okay, I didn't save the file, so save it. Now let's give it 700 and resend. Now it is working. The file is updated successfully, and if you go to the database and refresh it, you can see it is also updated here. So that was all about the CRUD methods: create, read, update, and delete. So we completed all the methods in our today's lecture. Now I will show you some extra things that are industry standard or are practiced in real production level projects to optimize the codes or to reduce the server cache. Those are really very much necessary to implement in your code. Among them, the first one is try catch. When you are dealing with server or backend side, or you are dealing with data or sensitive data, then you must have to be cautious. It is obvious that when you are dealing with data, some errors will obviously occur. So you have to handle those errors. So how to handle those errors in JavaScript? Like if you have coded in JavaScript before, you know about try catch methods. So we have to wrap up our functions or controllers with the try catch. So you can select it, cut this, Control X, then write try catch. Then inside try, put the snippet that you cut. Press Alt Shift Tab to format the document. And inside catch, you can do two things, like you can log the error. If any error occurs, you must have to log the error. And another thing, that is you have to send something to the front end that an error has occurred, because the client must know that what is happening. Like if he has no idea of what is happening, then he will never use this software. So for this, response.json, then give a message. Then you can write a custom message, or you can simply pass the error.message. So like this, you have to wrap up everything with try catch. Cut it, try catch, then paste it here, and also copy it and paste it here. And for this also do the same thing: cut it, try catch, paste it here, and in the catch send the error to the front end. For this also, cut this, try catch, then paste it inside try, and send the error as the response. Finally, for update also, you have to do it, but there is a good method of putting a snippet inside try catch. That is, you have to select the snippet that you are willing to put inside the try, then simply start writing try catch and press enter. You can see it is automatically put inside the try. Then for catch, copy it, paste it. So we are sending the error back to the client. So this is an industry standard method of writing the controllers inside try and catch. Okay, let me actually cut this. It is distracting too much. So another thing that we should follow, that is we should send the status. Like in Insomnia, we saw here that status was 200. That means okay. If we wrote any wrong URL here, like APE, then send, then you can see 404. So there are some status codes that actually define the status of our request, if it is successful or if it is unsuccessful, or any error occurs. If error, then what kind of error. Like if you don't find anything, 404 not found. Can you guess where we can implement this? We can implement this where we are fetching a single product. Here you can see, like, if no product of that ID is present, then we are sending no product found. But with this also we have to provide a status. So we can say response dot status, we can say 404. That means the product is not found. Like this, if the response is okay, like for this we are creating a product, so if a product is created successfully, so then we have to give the status of 200 or 201. Like this you can send the status, like if there is an error you can say res dot status then 400 for an error. So you can copy this and paste it in every error section. So these are some industry standards that are followed, and if you follow those, then your code will be much more readable. So this was all about today, and today we did all the codes in the same file. But if there are a lot of models and a lot of collections, then the file would be so much messy. So the right practice is to separate files for like routes, for the controllers, for the models and everything. So in the next part of the video, we'll see how to structure the routes, the controllers and models in separate folders. And we'll learn another thing, that is the connection string. It is a sensitive thing. Like if you push this code in GitHub, then this connection string will be publicly available and anybody can, or the bad hackers can exploit the database. So it is not a good practice to put the connection string here. So we have to store it somewhere that from where it won't be accessible to everyone publicly. We will learn about them also in the next video, and we'll do some bigger projects in the later part of the course. So that was all for today. See you soon. Hello everyone, welcome to the part 3 of our backend development series. So far we have completed about basics of client and server and how they interact. We have seen how we send a request from the client and how the server sends the response back, and we perform different operations. We have learned to create a basic Node.js server using the Express framework and learned about the CRUD operations, like how to create, read, update, or delete from the database. And in the last part of the video, we have seen how we can connect our Express server to a cloud database like MongoDB, and we did some operations on the database. Then we had created API routes and also learned to handle errors in our controllers. We also learned about some common status codes and their uses, like 200 for success, 400 for client-side error, 500 for server error, etc. But in the last two videos, we dumped everything into the index.js file. It worked, but let's be real, like it's like living in an apartment where you cook, sleep, eat, and poop in the same room. It is disgusting, right? For that reason, today we are moving into a mansion where there will be separate places for cooking, sleeping, and pooping. We will organize our codes into folders and files, and trust me, your future self will be thanking you. Now, why folder structure is so much important? Firstly, readability. The files and folders will have their clear purposes. Like kitchen is for cooking and bedroom is for sleep. Then comes reusability. Different parts of the code can be reused across the project. That will give you some more time to sleep rather than writing repetitive codes. And the last thing, that is scalability. Adding new features to your project will not give you PTSD. Now let us look at how our folder structure will look like. But one thing, if you have come to this video for watching the authentication part only, then you can skip this part. But if you have time, then you can watch it. So before understanding the folder structure, we have to understand some terms like what is a controller and what are middleware, what are routes. But I guess you already know about models, isn't it? Because in the last part of the video, we learned how to create the models and how to use them. So what are models? Models are basically the blueprint of a particular collection in the database. Here in the project, on the last video, we created our product schema and then we created a model from the schema. But as there was only one collection in our database, only the product collection. So for that reason, we put that in the index.js file. But for larger projects, there may be 10 to hundreds of models. So we need a separate folder named models for storing all our models and use those across our project. Now, what are routes? If we again go to our project that we did on the last video, then we created these paths, or simply they are called routes. But when we mention route, that also includes the method. Like when we are testing our APIs by Insomnia, at that time we had to explicitly mention about the method, like is it a get method or a post method or a delete method. So this part, this path including the method, is called the routes. And in production grade projects, there are lots of routes. So we like to store them in a separate folder named routes. And how, we will see that short. Then what are controllers? So controllers are nothing but functions. If we go to our previous project, then after the route, we wrote a callback function. Isn't it? Like if we hit this route, then this function will get invoked. And this function is called a controller. And for larger projects, as I have told, that there will be many more routes. And if we try to put the controller within the route, then the file will be so much messy. For that reason, we like to separate the controllers in a different folder. Then comes config. Config contains different configuration files. Like in the last project, we did a configuration we connected with MongoDB database. This code snippet, we will put that inside a function and we will put it in the config folder. And like this, connecting with database, there will be some other different configurations also. We will also put them inside the config file. Then comes middlewares. Now, what are middlewares? We'll discuss that in the later part. But only keep in mind that middlewares is something that runs on the middle of the code. Like if you invoke /API/ let's say products, and let's say it's a get method. Then if we invoke this route or if we hit this route, then a callback function should get invoked, isn't it? But we want that before invoking this function, we want some another function to get invoked. So we define that function in some other places or inside the middlewares folder. Let's say we check if the person is admin or not. So if there is a function admin or not, let's say it's a function. So we'll just simply put that function here in this place, and this function will get invoked before this callback function. So as this function runs in the middle of the code, for that reason, this is called a middleware. In our last project, we also used a middleware. If you remember, the Express.json app.use Express.json. So we were using this middleware to actually parse different data that were coming from the frontend to JSON. This is running in the middle of the code. Like before entering into any API route or any controller, this was running. So this was running in the middle. For that reason, these are called middlewares. And this function admin or not, this is a custom middleware. In our course, we will learn a lot about different middlewares, how to create them and how to use them in our code. This was all about the theory. Now let us directly get into practical examples. We'll try to give a proper structure to the project that we did in the last video. If you haven't watched it yet, then you can go to the playlist and watch that. But if you have come to see the authentication part only, then you can skip this. And before structuring, one thing I want to discuss, that is env. In the demo of the structure, we saw a file in the home directory that was named env. Env basically means environment variables. What are environment variables? As we developers use Git and GitHub for controlling the version of the project, and also for collaboration. That means like multiple devs work on the same project. So we upload our code to GitHub so everybody can access it. Now, if I upload the code on the GitHub and some hackers or bad people get access to this URL, what is this URL? This is our MongoDB connection string. Now, if anybody can access this, he will easily get access to the database and he can exploit the database. For that reason, we keep all the sensitive information in a file named .env. So now let us create a file on the home directory of the project named .env. Now here, as this file is named environment or environment variables, so firstly we'll declare a variable mongo URL, and the string here, we'll copy this string and paste it here. Now, rather than using the connection string directly here, what we can do, that is process dot env dot, we have to provide this variable name, that is Mongo URL. And if you know GitHub, then you know before sending the files and folders to our GitHub repository, we create a file named .git ignore. That means the name of files or folders that we will put inside .git ignore file, that will be ignored by our Git. What that means, that is the .env file that will not be pushed to GitHub. So we'll simply put .env here. That means the env file will be ignored by Git. So our sensitive informations like the database connection string, or if there are some other secrets or API keys, we will try to store them in the .env file, and those files will be ignored by Git and will be safe from hackers. And we put also the node modules folder here. Why? Because this folder has a huge size. It contains lots of modules and dependencies that will take a huge space if we send this folder or if we push this folder to GitHub. So for that reason, we also ignore these node modules. Now, if you are confused that if we don't send node modules to GitHub, then how someone can use this project? Basically, node modules folder isn't so much necessary. The only necessary part is package.json. Like if I delete node modules, if I delete that, then again open your terminal and then simply run npm install. You can see node modules folder has appeared again. How? Because the package.json, this contains all the information about the dependencies that were installed in our project. So we installed Express, we installed Mongoose, and we also installed NodeMon. Only these three dependencies were necessary. And this package.json folder was tracking what dependencies were installed, and when I gave the command npm install, then from the package.json only the necessary dependencies were installed in this current project directory. Now, firstly, let us see if this works or not. But one thing to mention, that is before using the env, we have to install a package named .env. So npm install .env. Now we have to import .env, import .env from .env. Then we have to initialize it. For that, simply write .env.config. Now we are ready to go. Now if we start our project, npm run dev, you can see MongoDB connected successfully. That means the env is working perfectly. Now stop the server using Ctrl+C and let us move to restructuring our project. So firstly, we will create a folder named src in the home directory. Then we'll move index.js inside src. Why src? Because the src will contain all the source code. For that reason, it is a convention to name the folder as src. Now, one thing you will notice that if you open the terminal and again run npm run dev, then you will see an error that module not found. Why? Because inside package.json, we did a configuration. We write two scripts. Like when we will write dev, then nodemon index.js would run. But previously, the index.js on the root directory. But now it is not inside root. It is inside src folder. For that reason, we have to provide the actual path here, like src/index.js. Also for start, like the start method using only node, here we also have to provide src/index.js. Now if you save that and open your terminal, now run again npm run dev. Now you can see it's running perfectly. Now let us create all the folders that we needed, like config, controllers, middlewares, models, and routes. So firstly, config, then controllers, then middlewares, then models, and finally routes. Now, if you are wondering that why my folder icons are looking like this, I am actually using a package that is material theme icon. You can just simply go to extensions and search that, and this is the extension that I am using. So now as we have created the folder, so firstly, let us configure the database not in the index.js, rather we will configure it inside config. Cut this, go to config, create a file named dbconnect.js and create a function named const connect to db equal to give a arrow function and simply paste the connection method that you copied. Now we need Mongoose in this file, so we have to import that. Import Mongoose, and we are done. The last thing that we have to do, that is we have to export this function to use this inside index.js. So export const connect to db. Now inside index.js, simply call the function connect to db and call it. And you can see it is automatically imported, and if it is not automatically imported in your project, then simply put the cursor here, connect to db, press Ctrl space, then you will see a suggestion here. But if you don't see suggestion, you may need to install some extensions like Node.js, or I have forgotten actually the names that I had installed, or you can manually import like this. And while importing, you will see that the path is ./config/dbconnect, but here it was actually dbconnect.js. So for that reason, put .js here, because in some versions of the project, actually if you don't put .js, then it doesn't work. I don't know why actually. So now we are done with the configuration. Now let us go to creating our models. So copy this product schema and product model, actually cut this, then inside model create a file named product model.js. Press enter and paste that. And here we also need Mongoose. So for that reason, firstly we have to import Mongoose. And we are done. Finally, just export the product model. Now we are only left with the API routes and the controllers. So firstly, let us create the controllers first. Inside controllers, create a file named product controller.js. Then simply we'll copy the controllers from the index.js. So this was a post method, or we are creating the products by this method. So cut this, create a function named const create product equal to, and simply paste that. And here you can see you need the product model here. So for that reason, import the product model, import product from ./models/product model.js, and we must export it. So why we are importing the product model? Because we need this model to actually interact with the product collection. Now the get products. So cut this function. Now create a function named export const get products and paste that here. Then it was getting a single product. Cut this, export const get a product equal to, paste that. Now let us copy the delete controller, cut it, then create a function export const delete product equal to, then paste that. Now the final method, that is the update controller. Cut it. Again, go to the product controller.js, export const update a product equal to, paste it here, and we are done with the controllers file. Now if you have like some other models in your project or some other collections like users collection, so for that reason there would be a separate file named user controller.js. In this file, you will write the codes to get a user, to delete a user, or modify a user. Like the admins can modify the roles of any user. He can make any user as an admin, or he can assign the moderator role to an user. So for that reason, we separate all the types of controllers in this controllers folder. And this makes our project much more readable. And also these functions are reusable throughout our project. Now we are only left with the API routes. So we'll copy all the routes, not copy actually, we'll cut all this. And inside routes, let us create a file named product routes.js and simply paste this. But here you can see there is nothing as app, because the way to define routers or routes is actually a little bit different, but not so much complex. We need to do only three things. Firstly, we have to import Express from Express. Then we have to create an instance of the router function of Express. So const router equal to express.router. Now rather calling the functions using app, we will use router. So press Ctrl D to select all the app, write router here. And finally, we have to just simply export the router as default. And we are done. No, not actually done. We didn't mention the controllers that will be invoked by this route. So when we are posting something like /API/products, then we have to invoke which controller? Create product controller. So simply write create product. Here you will see suggestion. And if you don't see suggestion, simply you can just import it manually, like import create product from /controllers/ product controller.js. Don't forget to actually mention JS here, because if you don't do it, you will get error. And now for getting products, the get method, get products. For getting a single product, get a product. For deleting the product, delete product. And finally, for updating product, update a product. Now, as we are exporting the router, we will import this in index.js. We don't need Mongoose here. So we will import product routes from /routes/product route.js. And why we are not putting this inside curly brackets? Because this is a default export. So for that reason, we don't need to put this inside curly braces. Now simply app.use, we'll use the product routes here. But one thing, that is inside the routes here, we don't need to actually mention this /API/products. We can simply put a slash here. And we'll mention that inside index.js /API/products. That means if someone hit to this route /API/products, then we will send them to product routes. After someone hitting an URL that contains /API/products, we will be redirecting them to product routes. And inside product routes, if this a post method in the home route, then that will create the product. It is a get method in the home route, then it will get the product. If it is a get method with a product ID, then we will get a single product. Like this, all the route will work. Let us open the terminal start our server, npm run dev. We can see everything is running perfectly. Now open your favorite API tester. In our case, we are using Insomnia. And we had created some API requests here, like deleting, getting, all the requests actually. We actually tested all the routes or controllers here. So firstly, get products. If you send, you can see it is working perfect. You can get the products. If you say get a single product, then press send. So no products with this ID actually is available. So get all the products. Then copy an ID from any product, like we are copying the ID from Oppo. So copy this, go to get a product, then paste the ID here and click on send. So you can see Oppo with the product ID that we provided in the URL. So now let us check the update product route. For updating the product, let us update Samsung. So let us copy the ID of Samsung, Control C, then go to update a product, then in the URL http localhost/3000/api/products, then we'll provide the ID. That means we want to update the product that contains this ID. Now in the body, we need to provide some information, like we want to update the name. So simply write name, then Samsung S25. Now simply press on send. We are getting the same. I think we did some mistake. Here we have to make the method put, because if we go to product routes, then you can see the update product controller will be invoked when there will be a put request and an ID will be provided with it. So for that reason, let us make it put. Now click on send. You can see we are getting the updated information. Now to check again, if we go to get products, now click on send. Now you can see in the name section here, it's Samsung S25. So the name is updated successfully. And that was all about the process of structuring our project, especially Node.js project. Now we will move to the next part of this video, that is the authentication and authorization. And don't be worried if you couldn't follow along with this project, because for authentication and authorization part, we will create a fresh new project from scratch. So now, the most interesting topic of our today's video, that is authentication and authorization. Many people get confused between these two. So what is authentication and what is authorization? So firstly, let me show you a quick example. So this is a contest management website. Like here, people can create many contests and the user can register on the contest from here. Like if I go to all contest section, here there are different contests created by different creators. So you can see there are some roles of different users. Like now, I am not logged in into the website. That means I am not authenticated. But if I log in, let's say, if I log in using this email is registered by a user who is a creator. Now, if I log in, here you can see my role, that is creator. So now I am authenticated. That means I can do certain operations, like I can create contests here. I can manage my previously created contests, like I can edit them or delete them. And I can see the registrations. Like if I click here, I can see the number of people registered here. Now if I go back, if I log out now and again log in with another email, like this email is registered by a user who is an admin. Now if I log in, now you can see there is a different dashboard and the role that is written here is admin. If I click on dashboard, now you can see a totally different dashboard. Here the admin can manage the users, like he can change the role to any user, to admin or creator, and he can also manage the contest, like these contests are accepted. He can change the status of the contest here, like he can reject the contest here or he can accept it, and the admin can also delete the contest. So you can see based on different roles, the user can see different dashboards. Like this across the project, based on different roles of user, the user can access to different resources of the website. So these things are based on the concept of authentication and authorization. So now let me explain to you. So authentication is if a user is logged in or not. If user is logged in, if yes, then we say authenticated. And if the user is not logged in, then we say not authenticated. So based on the logging information of the user, we determined if a user is authenticated or not. Now, what is authorization? So let's say our website has a database. This database contains some collections like product collection, also users collection. Now, a non-authenticated user has access to, or the non-authenticated user, he can get the products. But he cannot create any product, or he cannot update any product, or he cannot delete any product. Like if we go to the website, if we log out, if we consider this context as products, then you can see that though I am not logged in now, but I can visit them or I can see them. But when I will try to register for the product or I will try to modify, then it will ask me to log in. That's where the concept of authorization comes. That means though I am not authenticated, I am able to access, or I can access some part of the resources or some resources of the database. Then if we are authenticated, then we can get the products, we can create, we can update, we can delete. So where do we check authorization? We saw in the website that only the admin can access the data of the users. That means when any user will try to access, let's say /API/users. Let's say it's a get method or any other method. So when we will try to invoke, or when any user will try to invoke this API route, then firstly in the server we'll check that if the user is authenticated or not. If authenticated, then again there will be two questions. That is, if the user is authorized or unauthorized. Now, if the user is authorized, that means the user is an admin. So he can access the data of the users. And if the user is unauthorized, then we'll simply show him an error, that is unauthorized. You are unauthorized to access the user's data. You can only access the product's data. Why? Because though the user is unauthorized, but he is authenticated. That means an authorized user is obviously an authenticated user, because without the login information, you cannot determine actually if he is admin or normal user. After someone logs in, after that only you can check if he is admin or creator or normal user. So this is the concept of authentication and authorization. So authentication means simply the user is logged in or not. And authorization is if the user is logged in, then which part of the data the user can access. If you look at this image, then the concept will be more clear. So authentication is just validating who are you, if you are a real user or not. And authorization is if you are logged in, then we will check that, let's say there's are users data, there's a product, his card, like which items are saved to the card by that particular user, and he cannot access /users if he is not authorized. But if he is authorized or if he is admin, then he can access it. So that is authentication versus authorization. One is if you are logged in or not, and another is which part of the data you are allowed to access. Now let us create a fresh project for seeing the authentication and authorization practically. So firstly, create an empty folder, name this authentication, whatever you want. Now let us open this using the VS Code editor. Click on the folder. After you enter inside authentication folder, click on the above this bar, then write cmd. You can see this location is opened with the command prompt or terminal. Simply write code space dot. You can see that this folder, authentication folder, that is opened with VS Code. Now open the terminal. Let us initialize a Node.js project within this directory. Write npm init -y. So the package.json folder is created. Now we need some dependencies. So let us install the dependencies that we need. npm install express mongoose.env. Now we'll install nodemon. npm install nodemon, but we'll install this as our development dependency. So write --save -dev. So it will be installed as a dev dependency. If you click on package.json, you can see .env express and mongoose are inside dependencies folder or dependencies object, and nodemon is inside dev dependencies. Now we'll do some configuration here in the package.json file. Firstly, we'll add here type, that is module, because we will use the ES6 syntax in our project. Then we'll write some scripts here, like for starting the project in the development environment. It will be using nodemon, then index.js. But as we will use src directory, so that will be src/index.js. Now create a src folder, src. Inside src, create the index.js file, index.js. Also create an env file in the root of the directory, .env, for storing our secrets and API keys. And watch carefully that env is not inside source. Okay, it is in the root of our project. Now let us import Express first. Then we need .env. Then firstly configure .env.config. As simple as that. Then create an instance of Express, const app equal to Express. Then define the middleware express.json, so we can parse the JSON objects that we will send from the frontend. Let's define our port, const port is equal to, so here we will put the port inside env. So port equal to, let's say 3000. So const port equal to process.env.port, or if the port is not defined in env, like if someone clones my project and forgets to actually define the port, then it will be taken from here. Now simply app.listen, firstly pass the port, then a callback function, console.log server is running on port. Now let us start the server to see if it works or not. npm run dev. You can see the server is started. So now let us firstly see what we are going to build today. In our project, we will use same the MongoDB database, and inside MongoDB there will be two collections. First one, that is users collection, and another one, product collection. Now the user collection will have several fields like username, then email, then password, and finally role. The role will be either admin or normal user. So this will be the content of the user object. And for product collection, each product will contain a name, then the price of the product, and finally an object ID. Now what is this object ID? This object ID is an ID that will point to a particular user. That means the product is obviously created by a user. So sometimes we need to keep the track that which user created which product. So for that reason, we are storing the ID of the user who created the product. Now we can say that why we are saving the ID. We could have saved the email or we could have saved the name. But first of all, we cannot actually save the name because there may be multiple users with the same name. But we could have used email. But why we are using the object ID? Because if we save the object ID here inside the product, then that will reference the whole user object of that ID. And if we do that, then it will be easier for us. Like if we need some other information about the user, like username or role, then we don't have to separately fetch the data of the user to get them. Okay, so let us create our models. Create a new folder here inside source directory, name it models, then create new file. Firstly, let us create user model.js. Then we have to import Mongoose. Then firstly define the user schema. Const user schema equal to new mongoose.schema. Then the first field will be username. Username. The type will be string. Then we can add another field like it is required true. In the previous project, we didn't provided the type like this. Like in the previous project, we only did username is string, but actually in production grade projects, there are multiple fields. That means a username can have multiple properties, like if it is required or not, and if it should be unique or not. And you can explore more of them in the official website of Mongoose. So you can define the username or the type of username as an object which will contain the type as string, then required true. Then there will be email. It will be also type string, then it will be required true. And another thing, that email must be unique. So unique true. Then there will be password. Type will be string. It will be also required true. Then finally role. Role will be also type string. It will be required, and actually role is not required. It will be of type enum. That means it is either admin or user. You may add some other roles also like moderator, but we will only use admin and user. We'll give a default role to every user, like if the user's role is not provided from the front end, then by default his role or her role will be assigned as user. Then another thing, that is we want to track the time when the user was created or when the user is updated. So for that reason, after this bracket, this put a comma, then put another curly brace and write timestamps true. So the creation or the updation time of the user will be automatically added by the Mongoose. Now let's create the model. So const user equal to mongoose dot model, name the model as user. If you remember, this will be automatically converted to users and the U will be of small letter. That will be automatically done by MongoDB. So now we have to provide the schema, user schema. And we also have to export it. Export. We are done with the user model. Now let us create the product model. Create a new file here inside models, product model.js. Now import Mongoose. Then create the product schema, const product schema equal to new mongoose.schema. Then name, it will be of type string, it will be required true. Then price, it will be of type number, it is also required true. Then I told you that it will be linked to a user. That means each product will be created by a particular user. So for that reason, we will store the user's ID as object ID. That means we are creating a one-to-many relation. That means one user can create multiple products. So each of the products will have a field named user. That means which user created this product. How will we define the user? We'll see that in the later part. So the user will be type of mongoose dot schema. That means inside mongoose there is schema, and inside schema there are types, and inside types it is of type object ID. Object ID, and it will reference the model user. That means this user model. It will be referencing that user model. Also, let us provide the timestamps. True. Now, as we are done with the product schema, let us create the product model. Const product equal to mongoose.model. Name the model as product. It will be automatically converted to products with small letter by MongoDB, and provide the product schema here. And finally, let us export this. So we are done with our models. Now let us create a database connection. So mongo underscore URL equal to, now where we get the URL, we have to go to the MongoDB Atlas. Search MongoDB Atlas. Click on the MongoDB Atlas link. Click on sign in if you already have an account. And if you don't have an account, please check out my previous video. There I have shown how to create a MongoDB account and how to set up your MongoDB database. Now I will log in with Google. So we are logged in MongoDB Atlas. Now, if you haven't given access to your network IP, give it here, or you can provide 0.0.0.0. By this, your MongoDB database will be accessible from any IP address. And then in database access, if you remember that we created a database user and we created a password for it, and we saved the user and password, or username and the password, in our previous project. But if you have forgotten, you can create another user, like add new database user, give the username, let's say auth user. Then you can generate a password, auto generate, but you must copy it. Then go to your file, paste it somewhere, also the username auth user. So we have copied the username and password. Now select the role for the user. I will select as Atlas admin, then simply create on add user. So now you have created a new user with username auth user. So you can create multiple users here. You can edit the username or delete it, and then you can use them on multiple projects. So now we'll go on clusters, then we'll click on connect. Then click on drivers. Here you will be provided with a connection string. Copy this string, then go to your project, paste the string here. You can enclose it by quotation, and then copy this username or cut this and replace it with this db underscore username, and also replace the password with this db-password. So now we are done with the database setup. Let us connect. So we will create a new folder inside src named config. If you remember that we put the configuration files inside the config folder. Create a new file named db-connect.js. Then firstly import mongoose. Then create a function const connect to db is equal to create an arrow function, then mongoose.connect process.env.mongo url. This variable name must match with this name. So dot then, that means if it is connected successfully, then we'll simply log a message that is MongoDB connected successfully. Then dot catch, if any error occurs, then we'll catch the error here, and then we'll simply log the error. As simple as that. Finally, just export the function, and you can use this function in index.js. So after defining the code, we can call connect to db function, and it is imported from ./config/dbconnect, and remember to put js here, and for calling, closing the brackets. Now if you press save, Ctrl S, you can see MongoDB connected successfully. That means our database connection is done. Now let us create some controllers. So create a new folder named controllers. Firstly, let us create auth controller. That means that will control the authentication part, the login, register, this part. So auth controller.js. So firstly, let us create the register function. So what is register? Registration means from the front end, the client types some information about him, like his username, his email, the password. It varies from website to website. Like some website only need username and email, some website needs username, email, date of birth, and many other things with that. In our project, we'll collect username, email, and password from the user. So let us create the function export const registered equal to, the function will be obviously asynchronous. The request and response will be received in the parameter. Then firstly, we'll create a try catch block. So firstly, write the code for catch. If any error occurs, then we'll simply send a response with status of 500. That means some error occurred in the server. .json will pass a message that something went wrong. The most common and annoying message you see everywhere. Then inside try block, firstly, we'll destructure the username, email, and password from the requested body. So const username, email, password equal to request.body. After we have got username, email, and password, we can simply register the user by saving this data in the database. But one thing that is, we should not actually save the password directly to the database. Why? Because if anybody can get access to the database, then if the password is saved as it is, then the person can get access to anyone's account. So for that reason, we actually hash the password. What is hashing? Hashing means converting a plain text like test pass. This will be converted to a random string, letters, and numbers. And if a normal person sees this, then it will be very hard for him to actually decode what is this. For that reason, we hash the passwords. So constant hashed password equal to. So how to hash a password? For hashing a password, we need a library that is Decrypt.js. So close your server, pressing Ctrl C, npm install Decrypt.js. Now import Decrypt, import Decrypt from Decrypt.js. Now hash password is equal to await, because it takes some time to hash a password, decrypt.hash, then put the password. This password we are getting from the client. So password, then salt. What is salt? Salt actually means how much spicy you want the hash to be. So if you provide more salt, then it will be more spicier. That means it will be hard to decode. So we are just providing 10. It's enough, I think. Then create a new user object, const new user equal to new user. So we have to import the model here, user model, import user from dot slash model slash user model dot js. Then provide the information, username, email, and finally password, which will be equal to hashed password. After that, simply save, await new user dot save. And if it is successfully saved, then we'll send a response back with a status 201, because if something is created successfully, then the status code is 201. Dot JSON, send a message that user created successfully. Now let us test this using Insomnia. So go back and create a new collection. Name this as auth collection. Name it whatever you want, actually it doesn't matter. Now we will firstly create a folder. So firstly, this folder will be called auth APIs. Create. Then inside auth, create a new HTTP request. It will be post request because we are creating a product. Then we have to provide the URL here. Localhost 3000 slash. Oh, we didn't created our API route yet. So create a new routes folder inside src, new folder, routes. Then create a new file, auth routes.js. Then firstly import express, import express from express. Then create a router, const router equal to express dot router. Then router dot post slash register. When we will hit on slash register, the register function from dot slash controller slash auth controller will be invoked, and put .js here obviously. Now simply export default router. After you export the router, in index.js we have to use the router. So below connect to DB, here will be our routes. Firstly, app.use /API/auth. Then we will be redirected to auth routes. And we haven't imported auth routes yet. So import auth routes from dot slash routes slash auth routes.js. So if someone tries to hit on /API/auth, then he will be redirected to auth routes. And in auth routes, if the URL contains /register, then this register function will be invoked. And the register function is defined inside the auth controller. And here the register function is simply registering the user or saving the user information to the database. Now start the server. Again go to Insomnia. So now we have to provide some information inside body. We will be sending the data as JSON. What will be the fields content? Firstly, the username. Let's name it user1. Then email, user1 @gmail.com. Then password. So let's keep the password as 123. Now localhost 3000 /API/auth/register. Now if you click on send, you can see user created successfully. If you go to the MongoDB database, click on browse collections. You can see a new database is created named test, and the new user that we just created, we can see it here. But we don't want the name of the database as test. So how to modify that? So simply go to your code inside .env. Here after .mongodb.net /, then here provide the name for your DB. I will name it as auth.db. Click on save, then press Ctrl C, restart the server as I have edited the .env. npm run dev. Now go to MongoDB. You can delete this database. I have to give the database name here. Now click on drop. So that is deleted. And you can see a database named auth.db with a collection users is automatically created after I have just started the server, because we have provided the name here. So now let us go to Insomnia, and again let us recreate this user in the new database. Press on send, and the user is created successfully. Let's go to the database and click on users and refresh it. You can see the user's information. And if you look at the password, you can see that the password is not plain. I mean, the password that you provided, only 1, 2, 3, 4. So the password here, that is hashed. Now, if some hacker get access to this database, he will not be able to decode this password. So before moving into login section, we have to understand the concept of JWT, or known as JSON Web Token. So from the name, you can assume that it is a token. What is the purpose of this token? Firstly, let us see what actually we do with this token. Let's say there is a user1. He wants to log into the server. For that reason, he sends a request. With the request, he sends his email and also password. Then the server checks in the database that if the email sent by the user, if it exists in the database or not. If it exists, then the server checks for password. Like if the password matches with the password in the database corresponding to this email. And if everything is matched, then the server generates a token. Now, how the token is generated? So for that reason, firstly, we have to look at the structure of the token. If you go to the website of JWT, search for jwt.io, here you will see a demo token. It consists of three parts. Firstly, the red one, then the purple one, and finally the blue one. The red part defines about the hashing algorithm, like here HS256 and the type is JWT. Then the next part or purple part, here actually we hash some data, like here the subject, username, and issue date. So we hash some data and we will merge it with the JWT token. And the final part, the blue one, it is actually a verify signature. It tells us about if like the token is modified or not, like if the token is tampered by some user or some hacker, then we can identify that using this signature. So for that reason, we must have to put a key or secret key. Secret key. We all know that if we want to lock something, then we need any key. And if we want to unlock something, also then we need that key. So for that reason, in our code, we will define a secret key. JWT secret key. So there is multiple method of generating the secret key, or you can provide any random string, numbers, and letters. But this must be very much strong. If anybody can get access to your secret key, then he can hack or access your server. So for that reason, make the secret key as much strong as you can. So now, using this secret key, we generate the JWT token. So the first part, as we saw in the website, that the first part consists of the type of algorithm. So HS256. So you don't need to actually explicitly define the type always, because this type, it will be set by default if you don't explicitly define that in your code. But the next part, that is some data or payload. So we generally store the user's email or sometimes ID and also the role. In our project, we will only store the ID and role of the user. So we'll store the ID and role. So this data will be hashed and converted into a random string like this, and then it will be merged with the JWT token. Then the final part of the token, that is the verify signature. This part will have the signature of this key. So for that reason, if anybody can get access of this token, he will not be able to decode it until and unless he gets this key. So for that reason, we have to keep this key very much safe. And as this secret key is saved in our code or our project, for that reason, only we or only the server where the code will be there, this will be able to decode this key. Now after the JWT token is generated, so this is the token, let's say. Now it has been generated. Then finally, we will send this key to the user back. Which user? The user that requested to log in. So let me explain you again the workflow. Firstly, the user one, he requested to log into the server. For that reason, he sent his email and password. Then firstly, the server checked in the database that if the email exists in the database or not. If exists, then he checked the password corresponding to that email with this password. If the both passwords are matched, then the server started working on generating a token. So for that reason, as we know that to lock something and to unlock something, we need a key. So for that reason, we kept a secret key in our code, in our project here. Then using this key, we generated a token. So the token, first part of the token was consisted of the type of hashing algorithm. Then the second part, we merged some data like ID and role. It was hashed and merged with the JWT token. And the final part, that is the verify signature, that was also built using this secret key. So this will contain the validity of this token, like if this token is tampered by someone or not. Then finally, we send the JWT back to the user one. Now this token will be saved to let's say local storage or sometimes it is sent to the cookies. Then it is actually saved in the front end side. Now, when the user further requests for any data, if I erase all this, so in our database, we had products data and also users data. Now, let's say this user is an admin. So if this admin wants to access the user's data, so for that reason, firstly, he has to request the server. Let's say he requested the server that I need users data. But as this admin is authenticated, so from now on, with each request the admin sends, he has to, or from the client side, the front-end developer will write a code that each request will contain the JWT token with the request. So this JWT token was stored in local storage or cookies or any other place. So when the user further requests for anything, then with each request, the user must have to send the JWT with it. So now he requested for users, and also the request contains JWT. So what the JWT is stored in request, it is actually in the header part of the request. In the header part, we create a header named authorization, and in that header we put the token JWT. So the user requested the server for the user's data, and now the server has got the request. Now it will firstly decode the token. So it will decode the JWT token that is sent from the front end side. Now after decoding, as you saw, there were three parts. So the first part, after decoding, the server will see that the first part, it contains the hashing algorithm. Then the second part, it contains the data, like we merged the ID and also the role of the user with the token. The third part, the verify signature or the validity signature. So it will check using the secret key we stored in our code that if this token is tampered or if this token is modified or not by somebody. If not modified or tampered, then this token is valid. So if the token is valid, now the server will check for the role of the user. So the role is admin, we can see here. So if the role is admin, then the server will send the response back with the user's data. But let's say if it was not admin. So at the time after decoding, the server would see that the role is not admin. It may be a simple user or moderator or something like that. So if the role is not admin, then the server will not send the user's data. It will send that you are unauthorized. So that's how we check if any user is authorized or not. And how we check if the user is authenticated or not? We check that by the request header. Like if there is no authorization header with the request, then the user is not authenticated. Why? Because if the user was authenticated, then with every request, the user would send the JWT token. But if the user has not sent the JWT token with the request, that means the user is not logged in yet. If he was logged in, then he would have the JWT. Now let us see this practically, then you will understand it more clearly. So firstly, we need the secret key. You can put any secret key here, but obviously the secret key should be strong. Like it shouldn't be like secret. These are very likely to be hacked by some hackers. So the secret key must be strong enough that you also cannot remember it. Then stop the server. We have to install the JWT npm install JSON Web Token. So it is installed now. Let us go to the auth controller. Let's import JWT first. JWT from JSON Web Token. Now let us create the login controller. So export const login is equal to async request response, then put try catch, inside catch, uh, send response back like something went wrong. Then inside try block, firstly destructure the email and password of the user that is trying or requesting the server for logging. Request.body. Now we will check if the email is present in the database or not. So const user equal to await user. This is the user model. So dot find one will provide the email here. That means we are checking if any user with this email that we are getting from the requested body is present in the database or not. Firstly, let us handle if the user is not present. So if no user, then we will simply send a response back, response.status with 404 dot JSON message user not found. But if the user is present, then it will come to this line. Now we will try to match the password. Which passwords will we match? We will match this password with the password of this user that we are getting from the database. So const is match equal to, now how to match? Because this password that we are getting from request.body, let's say user1 is trying to log in. So he has sent his email user1 at the rate gmail.com and his password 1234. But this user that we are getting or that we are finding from the database, this user has the password in hashed form. Like if you go to the database, here you can see the password of user1 is hashed. So how you will match the hashed password of this user with this password or the plain password 1234. So for that reason, again we will use bcrypt. So bcrypt dot compare. The bcrypt library provides us with a method compare. So firstly we will provide the password that we are getting from request.body with user dot password. That means with the password of the database user. Firstly, let us handle the case where password is not matched. So if not is matched, if the passwords doesn't match, then return res dot status dot JSON will give a message that invalid credentials. And if is match, then we will go to the next line. Now we will create the token. So how the token is created? It's very much simple. Simply const token equal to JWT dot sign. So we don't need to actually explicitly provide the hashing algorithm name here, because by default it will take the hashing algorithm as HS256. That is a good hashing algorithm. We will only provide the data and the secret here. So firstly, let's provide the data. I will provide the ID user dot underscore ID. Why underscore ID? Because if you go to MongoDB database, you can see the ID is saved as underscore ID here. So firstly the ID, then I will also provide role here, user dot role. Then I will provide the secret process dot env dot what was the name, JWT secret key. Another thing that you can provide here, that is the expiry time. So simply write expires in, I will say 1 hour. Now after the token is created, just send it back to the client response dot status 200.json token. Now let us try to log in, create a new HTTP request within this auth API, copy the URL. Oh, again I forgot, we have to create the route first. So routes, now router.post slash login and import the login controller from controllers. And remember to start your server npm run dev. Now go to Insomnia, set the method as post. Inside body, we have to provide the email and password. So email was user1@gmail.com, and the password was 1234. Now click on send. We are getting something went wrong. Oh, sorry, we were trying to log in actually, but I didn't corrected the URL path. Now let us click on send. So we are getting the same error still. Let's go to the catch section. Let us console that error. So console.error login error. Now error. Now if we click on send, we will be able to see the error here. Error illegal arguments number string. Okay, I understand. Here you can see I have sent the password as a plain number, but it should be inside string. Why? Because if you see the user model, here the password is of type string. So if we send any other password type rather than string, then we will get it. So for that reason, we have to put the password inside quotation. Now if I click on send, we can see that we have got a token. Now what should I do with this token? This is not my job actually. This is the job of the front-end developer to put the token inside local storage or anywhere else. Now as we have got the token, so now let us create some other routes and controllers to see where this token will be used. Now let us create some controllers for products. Create a file named product controllers.js. Then we have to import the product model first. So import product model from // models / product model.js. Now firstly let us create a function for adding a product. Const add product equal to async request response. Then firstly we'll destructure the name and price of the product from the request.body. Then const product equal to new. We are creating an object of type product. Here we will provide the name, the price, and the user ID, request.user.id. Where we are getting this ID? Inside request.user. How? Don't bother about this. I will explain this later. To explain now, await product.save. Now res.status 201 for successful creation of the product.json. Then message product added successfully and put this inside try catch. And for error, firstly console.error, then response.status of 500.json will send a message with internal server error. Now create route for the product routes.js. Firstly, let us import Express from Express, then create a router, then router dot post slash add. When someone requests to slash add, then we'll call the add product controller. You can see it is imported from product controllers, and write .js here, and finally export the router. And in index.js we have to import the product routes from dot slash routes slash product routes.js. Then here we have to use that app.use, then slash API slash product. If someone hits to slash API slash product, then he will be redirected to the product routes. And inside product routes, if the URL contains slash add, then we will add the product. Before adding the product, we have to put a middleware here. That means we have to verify if the person who has requested to add the product, if he is admin or not. For that reason, firstly we have to create the verify admin middleware, because only the admin is able to create or add any products. But one thing that is, before creating the verify token function, you have to know that how we send the JWT token with the authorization header. So for that reason, let us go to Insomnia. Now let us create a new folder for the products. So name this product APIs, and inside here create a new HTTP request. This is for creating a product. Provide the base URL, slash API slash product or products, I forgot actually, product, then slash add. So slash API slash product slash add. Then inside headers, firstly let me go to the auth request. Let me rename this. This was login, this was for register, and this is for create product. Now let us go to login, then copy the token, and inside create product, inside headers, we will create a header named authorization. Then here the value of the token. So paste the token value here and without quotation. And in front of the token, there is a convention to actually write bearer. Because this token is named as bearer token. So for that reason, this practice is being followed for a long time. So if you want, you can skip it, but it has become a convention actually to put bearer in front of the token, then a space. bearer, then space, then the token, and the header name is authorization. So now, before clicking on send, let us create the verify token function firstly. So we will create a folder inside src, new folder named middlewares. Then inside middlewares, create a file named auth middleware. That means it will contain the functions for authentication middleware. So firstly, we have to import JWT. So import JWT from JSON Web Token. Then create a function by exporting it, export const verify token, request response next. And what is next here? I will explain this to you after some time. So firstly, let us create a variable let token, then create another variable let auth header equal to. So firstly, we'll check if there is any authorization header or not. So inside request dot headers dot authorization, or as I have told you before that someone also write it in small letters. So for that reason, request dot headers dot authorization with small letters, authorization. So we are checking if there is any authorization header or not. Now if auth header, that means if there is authorization header, if this is true, and then auth header dot starts with bearer. That means if the content of the authorization header starts with bearer, as I showed you that I have put bearer in the front, then a space and then the token. So for that reason, if the auth header starts with bearer token, then we will assign the value of token is equal to auth header dot split. We split by a space and then we will take the first value. What is happening here? Let me explain it to you. Firstly, copy the full authorization header, copy it. And if you know how JavaScript functions actually work, like if there is a sentence like const sentence equal to the quick brown fox. Now, if I say const words equal to sentence dot split, then space, what will this do? You can copy this or cut it actually. Let me show you by creating. You don't need to do this. I am just showing you what happens here. Test.js. Now console log words. Now if I run this file, node test.js, you can see an array is created with all the words separated by a space. So like this, let me delete this. We don't need this anymore. Like this, the bearer token, if I paste it here, like copy the bearer token, then here there are two words, firstly bearer, then space, then this. So if I split this by space, then the array will contain bearer in the 0th position and this token in the first position, and we want this token. So for that reason, I am accessing the first element of the array. So now we have the token inside this token variable. So if there is no token, then what will happen? So if there is no token, that means the person is not authenticated. So we'll return response dot status with 401 dot JSON. We'll send a message that is access denied, no token provided. And if there is token, then we will try to decode the token, decrypt the token. So write a try catch method. Inside catch, we'll simply send a status, a response with status 403 dot JSON and message invalid token. And inside try, we'll write a variable named decoded. Inside this, the decoded token will be there. So JWT dot verify. We have to provide the token, then the secret key. That means the JWT token is actually like a lock. We put the lock using the key, and again we unlock it also using the key. So for that reason, we have to again give the key here, process.env.jwt. Sorry, what was the name? I have forgotten. JWT secret. And if you remember that inside the decoded, we will get the ID and the role. Why? Because inside of controller, when we are logging in, then inside the token, we provided the ID and role. So we encrypted the ID and role and we merged it with the token. For that reason, after decoding the token, we will get back the information of the user. So inside the request is an object. So inside that object, we will assign the value of this decoded. That means we will assign the user. So request.user equal to decode. Why we are assigning this inside request? You will see this in a while. And I was talking about next. We have to write next here. Next. Why next here? Because we will use this verify token function inside product routes. Like here, before add product, we will verify that if the user is authenticated or not. So verify token, we are importing this from auth middleware. Now in verify token, if we didn't provide next here, then after the verification, it will not go to the next function. But we want that after verification, it will move to the next function. For that reason, we will provide here next. That means after the verification is completed and after the user is assigned inside the request, we will proceed to the next function. Now let us try to add any product like inside body. Firstly, we have to define the JSON, then name of the product. Let's say Apple, iPhone, then price, let's say 900. If you click on send, oh, we haven't started the server. Open the terminal, npm run dev. Now click on send. You can see invalid token. Why? Because let's console the error here. Console dot error, then error. Now send the request, and here you will see, okay, JWT expired. Why? Because when I logged in, it was about 1 hour ago, and if you see inside auth controller that we have mentioned here that the token will expire in 1 hour. For that reason, let us again log in. Go to login, and we'll log in using the same user information. So send, we have got another token. Copy the token, then go to create product. Inside headers, after bearer, cut this, paste the new token. Now if you click on send, you can see product added successfully. If you go to the database, refresh the page. You can see a new collection named product, and inside products, you can see the product that I just created. And inside here, you can see an object ID corresponding to a field named user. So how we have got this? If we go to our code, like when we are creating the user, when we are creating the product inside product controllers, I told you that I'll explain this to you later. So now let me explain this to you. I am assigning the user as request.user.id. Why request.user? Because in the auth middleware, inside request.user, I am assigning the value of the decoded. And what decoded contains? Decoded contains the user's information, the ID and the role. So for that reason, the ID of the user is being assigned inside this user object in request. For that reason, in the product controller, inside request.user, we are accessing the user and .id because we will assign the ID. And why? Because in product controller, in product model, we define that there will be a field of type user that will be of type object ID, and that will reference a particular user. Now, if you go to the database, if you check this ID and go to users collection, you will see that that ID matches with this ID because this user created that product. Let me explain the flow to you again. We are hitting the /API/products by Insomnia /API/products, and the route contains /add also. So for that reason, firstly it will go to product routes. It will see that this contains /add. So for that reason, firstly it will go to verify token. Now it is checking if the token is present or not inside the header. If the token is present, then we are splitting the token by a space and we are taking the first value because the zeroth element is bearer and the first element is the token. Now if no token, we will simply send a response back that access is denied, and if there is token, we will decode the token using the key. What key? That we have saved in our .env file. Then after we decode the token, we are getting the data of the user, that means the ID and the role. So we are setting the value of that decoded user inside request. So we are setting request.user equal to decoded. That means inside request now we can access, or now we have the data of the user. Now when we go to the add product, now this request here, if you console log it here, you will see that and there is an object named user which contains ID and the role, and we are setting the user.id inside the product. So this was all about the flow of checking if a person is authenticated or not. Now we will check if a person is authorized or not. That means we will check if a person is admin or not. So let us assume that any authenticated person can actually create the product, but to view the data of the users, okay, like there is user model here. Now let us create user routes, user routes.js. So import express from express, then const router equal to express dot router. So firstly, router dot get. So we will get all the users. So there will be a function get users. We'll create it and export the router as default. Let us close this. So inside index.js, let us import the user routes from dot slash routes slash user routes.js, and we will use that app.use slash API slash users, then user routes will be invoked. Now inside in user routes, firstly let us create the get user function first. Inside controller, create a new controller name user controller.js. Firstly we have to import the user model from dot slash models slash user model.js. Then create a function export const get users equal to async request response. Then try catch. Inside catch, simply send a response with status of 500.json message internal server error, the most common error in the dev industry. Then we'll find all the users, const users equal to await user dot find. But here one thing, that is we will not send the password to the front-end side or the client. Though he is the admin, but he should not see any user's password. It is not legal actually to see the user's password actually. So for that reason, we will remove the password from this user's array. So dot select hyphen password. That means we are actually subtracting the password from the user's array. Will not send the password. Now response dot status 200.json users. Now go to user routes. Let us import this get users from user controller.js. So before getting the users, obviously the person should be authenticated. Not only authenticated, he should also be admin. So we will also create another function, that is if admin. Now let us create this inside middlewares. So new file admin middleware.js. So it's a simple function, export const if admin request response next. Every middleware actually contains next because middleware runs on the middle, and after it runs you must proceed to the next function. So if request dot user dot role. So if the user exists inside request. Why? Because firstly we are calling the verify token function. And what verify token do? It puts the value of the user or the decoded user inside request.user. That means the request contains the user object. For that reason, after verify token, when we go to if admin, then the request object will have user object. So we are checking that if request.user exists, then dot role not equal admin. That means if the role is not admin, then we will return response dot status with 403 dot JSON. We'll simply send a message, that is access denied, admin only. But if he is admin, then simply we'll call the next function. And what is this next function? This is get users. So firstly import if admin function. So we have imported if admin. So what is happening here? We want to get the user's data, and the user's data is only accessible by admin. That means without admin, no one should have the access of the user's data. only admin can see users, or he can actually update the role of any user or do some other operations like he can block any user or he can delete any user. So what is happening here? When any person hit the route /API/users, then he is redirected to user routes. Then inside user routes, if it is home route and if the method is get, then firstly we verify the token. So what is happening inside verify token? We check if the token exists or not. If the token exists, then we decode the token. Then after the decode is done, then we assign the decoded value, that means the user's ID and the role, inside request.user object. Now the request contains the user object. So after verify token, we go to if admin. So as now we have the user object inside request, so we check that if request.user.role is not equal to admin. That means if the role that is inside the user object, if that is not admin, then we simply send a message that access denied. This route is for admin only. But if the user is admin, then we don't go inside this if check. We simply go to next, and the next function is called, then simply call get users. And inside get users, we are finding all the users. Then we are removing the password from each object or each user object, and then we are simply sending users data back to the client. Now if I uh, click on, so firstly let us create a new folder. Let me copy this first. Let us create a new folder. uh, let's name it user APIs. Create a new HTTP request, name this get users. Copy the URL here. It is /API/users/ that means in the home route. Let me check /API/users. Yes. And I have to add the authorization header, authorization. Then inside value, there will be the bearer token. Copy the token from here. Now simply send. You can see access denied admin only. That means we have passed the auth middleware. That means we are authenticated, but we are not admin. We are stuck here. Access denied admin only. Why? Because the user that is trying to actually get the user's information, his role is user. Now if I change this to admin, let us change this to admin and update it. Now go to login and again try to log in. We have got a new token. So copy this new token, go to get users, and inside headers, remove the previous token and paste the new token. Now click on send. You can see that now we are getting the user's data. As there is only one user in the database, so we are getting only one user. But if there were multiple users saved in the database, then we would get multiple users from the database. Now let us create some other users also. So go to register body. Let us create user2, user2.gmail.com. Click on send. User created successfully. Then create user3, user3@gmail.com. Click on send. So we have created 3 more users. If you go to the database and click on refresh, you can see the 3 users. Why we created 3 users? Because I will show you something now. So firstly, let us go to user controller. Now we will create a controller for updating the user role. So export const update user role async request response. Firstly, we'll need the user ID. So user ID will be structure it from request.params. Then we'll get the role from the request.body. Then create a try catch block inside catch. Copy this, paste it here. Inside try, firstly, let us find the user that we are trying to update. So await user dot find by ID, then user ID. Now, if we don't get any user, if no user is present, then we'll simply return a response with status of 404.json message user not found. Then, but if user is found, we will set the role of the user dot role equal to role. This role is this role. Now, simply await user dot save. So after successfully saving the user or updating the role of the user, simply res dot status with 200.json. Firstly, the message updated, sorry, role updated successfully, and then we'll send the user also. Now let's go to user routes. So this will be a put method, router dot put slash user ID slash role. Before updating the role, we will check the person who is trying to update the role, is he authenticated or not. Then we'll check if he is authenticated, if he is admin or not. So if we'll check if admin, then if admin, then we will update the user, and remember to import it. And the path is like this, slash user ID slash role. So click on Insomnia, create a new HTTP request here, copy this, rename this as update user role. So the route is slash API slash users slash, we have to provide a user ID. So let us go to the database. Let's say we'll update the role of user 3. We'll make him admin. So let us copy his ID, then paste the ID here, slash ID, then slash role, slash role. Now inside body, we are sending role, and inside params we are sending user ID. So inside params we are sending user ID, and inside body we'll send role. So role, let's say we'll make him admin. Now if I click on send, okay, I haven't changed the method is put. So now click on send. You can see access denied, no token provided, because we haven't provided any token in the authorization header. So firstly, let us create the authorization header, authorization, then we'll provide the bearer token, and let's copy the token from the user that just logged in, then paste the token here and send it. Now we are getting another error, request is not defined. Okay, we had done some typo here. So request, sorry, my bad. Now again, let's click on send. Now we can see the message role updated successfully, and also the user with new role, that is admin. And we are sending the password, but we should not send the password here also, as we did before. Like in the get users function, we remove the password Here also we should remove the password. So before sending the users, you can simply say user dot password equal to undefined. So by this, we are refraining the admin from getting the password of the user. Now, let us again make the role user again. User. Now click on send. You can see now we are getting the role as user, but this time there is no password. So that's how the authentication and authorization works. And that's how the roles of the users are managed in the production level or production grade projects. So that was all about today. I will put the GitHub link of this project in the description box of the video. You can check that. And if you have any questions or queries, you can ask me in the comment section. So in the next video, we will make a full-fledged backend for an e-commerce site. We will explore some more topics and learn how to write clean codes. We will also build the front end of the project, but that will not be the part of this backend series. If you want, you can make that, but if you don't want, you can skip that. All right, with that said, I will let you go. Have a great day.